Got a real good feeling, got a real good feeling, like there is lightning deep in my bones. Got a real good feeling, I won't hit no ceiling. I'm going higher than I've ever known. Got a real good feeling. This place is jumping off hard as it can get. No, we won't ever stop dancing on the edge. We like it dangerous, we like to see you split. Turn up another notch, you ain't seen nothing yet. Let me tell you something, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something, let me tell you something. Right now, 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 right now. Oh, I got a real good feeling, got a real good feeling, like there is lightning deep in my bones. Yeah, I got a real good feeling, I won't hit no ceiling. I'm going higher than I've ever known. Yeah, I got a real good feeling, got a real good feeling, like there is lightning deep in my bones. Yeah, I got a real good feeling, I won't hit no ceiling. I'm going higher than I've ever known. I got a real good feeling.
Well, hello, good morning, and welcome. You're looking at live pictures of Stratos Lake, the venue for the International Water Ski and Wakeboard Federation's Europe and Africa Youth Championships. Glad to have you on board. My name is Tony Lightfoot, and we've got a whole slate of events getting ready for today as we take our drone shot, our morning flight over the Stratos Lake, which is fed by the Kilios River and also fed by a reservoir, the Kostraki Reservoir, that flows into this wonderful facility, which has seen a number of renovations over the last few seasons, but the most recent one basically encloses the arena part of the facility and provides us with a world-class venue for tournament water skiing, not only for this event but also for future events that will be coming down the pipe within about the next few seasons. The European Under-21s being the latest of them. That will take place next year. Year after that, the European O35 European Championships. And then afterwards, we anticipate this site being available to host the World U21 Championships in 2029. Beautiful scenes this morning. Hardly a cloud in the sky. And we're getting ready for the first events that will take place today. Every event is a championship from here on out. So we've got the U17 girls slalom final about to take place. We'll have 11 skiers earmarked for that one. We would have had 12, but it took an injury for Melitine Morel in the jump event to have that number reduced from 11 through to 12. Now, in regards to Melitine Morel's status, she passed through concussion protocol. Everything was fine there, but it's the injury that she sustained to her knee, which prompted a lot of concern, and Melitine Morel decided that it wasn't within her best interest to continue on with the competition. So that means that our number one seed in the U17 girls slalom final, Melitine Morel, will not be making an appearance in either this event or the U17 girls jump final, which will take place as our last event of the day. That being said, there is some other news to report to you about in regards to Ivan Zaletsov yesterday. He was given a rerun due to technical issues in regards to the boat. and he was able to take the re-jump, and he scored a 50.1 as a result, and he still advanced through to the final, and with a reduced distance between 50.4, which was his originally landed distance, and 50.1. So Ivan Zaletsov still very much in contention, not only for the jump event title, of which he is the number 1 seed, and that will be contested through tomorrow, but also for other implications as well, such as the men's overall competition. We'll give you some updates on that, and also the team overall event as well. So a number of moving parts here in this, the 2026 IWWF Europe and Africa Youth Championships. We have 11 girls getting ready to slalom, but let's bring you up to date with some of the other results that are available, particularly in the U17 girls, which the slalom is going to have an impact upon. Yezvalita Nayotskaya is currently in the lead in the overall, but not by much. It's a less than 30-point differential between Yezvalita Nayotskaya and Maria Popova from Belarus and Ukraine, respectively. Now, Melitine Morel is in 3rd place overall, but like I said, will not be able to compete in any of the event finals in which she is qualified for, and she is qualified to compete in all 3 of them, which could open up the door for Izzy Cosgrove to move up from 4th to 3rd if she improves upon any of the scores that she produced in the elimination round come the finals. So there we go. That is the current status so far as the U17 girls overall. Now, I hinted a little bit at the U17 boys overall, and I do that for good reason, because Mikhailchenko, he's in the lead with 2960.84 overall points. He has a significant lead above his teammate, Ivan Zaletsov, who is still in overall contention, but would need some significant improvements in the jump and the other 2 events of which he's going to be in and featured in. Now, in 3rd place is the local skier from Greece, Yannis Konsophanos. He is about less than 300 or so overall points away from Mikhailchenko. He's currently lying in 3rd spot right now. So that's the status so far as the U17 boys overall is concerned. So like I said, a lot of moving parts. There could be some movement provided that each of the skiers in the finals improves upon their total. And we'll keep you up to date with the overall competitions as they progress. All right, as we take a final flight over the lake before we go into our first competitive action, let me remind you that in most of our final rounds will consist of 12 skiers. There are 1 or 2 that will have either 8 or 10 skiers in the final rounds due to a reduced number contesting those final rounds out of the elimination round. But for the meantime, grab your favorite chair, grab your favorite beverage, because we're about to throw down. The U17 girls slalom final about to take place. We have 11 skiers slated for that final round. May the best person win. And we'll have all of that and more to come right after this.
At Dana Marine, we make complex maritime operations safer, smarter, and more resilient. From marine assurance and emissions compliance to professional training and operational risk management, we combine engineering expertise, digital innovation, and global experience. Dana Marine.
Okay, so the boat is making its pass up and down, otherwise known as the simulation pass, to make sure that the conditions are equal and fair between all of the skiers competing in the girls' U17 slalom final. Here is the running order. Scarlett Graham, who qualified for this final with 2 on 13 meters. Maria Popova, who qualified with a score of half a buoy more than that. So too as Lilu Cortez. Then Kenzia Anastrom with a 3.5 on 13 meters. Then Maya Leonhardt, who qualified with the same score of a 3.5. Then Sinaya Ravotska from Belarus with 4. Sophia Schuster also with 4 and 13. So too Rosa Jelenik going further down the list. And within the top 3 skiers on this list is Nidzaya Kazovskaya from Belarus with 4.5. Izzy Cosgrove on 1.5 on the 12 meters. And Yezvalita Nayotskaya from Belarus, our last skier off the dock. And she came into this final round having scored 4 on 12 meters. Okay, coming in at 52K, 16 meters, going at sub-max here. Our first skier out is Scarlett Graham from Italia. And getting it done there with the opening pass of this first event final. That is Scarlett Graham getting through the 16-meter pass, but with the reduced boat speed of 52K. She's now going to move on up to the next speed of 55K whilst maintaining the same shortening of rope. So not looking bad there with the opening run there of 16 meters at 52. Now coming back at 55K now, 55 kilometers an hour. Good start through the entrance gates, barreling in across the wakes there from number 1 into number 2, keeping the handle down nice and low, enabling her to maintain a good posture out there, and there she goes. That is Scarlett Graham. Now that 16 meters run at max speed, now she can start to move down the line from 16 meters to 14.25 meters, representing Italia. It'll be Scarlett Graham. All right, so Scarlett Graham in good shape so far with slalom as she works her way from 16 meters to 14.25 meters. There isn't any need for a long wait time at either end. It's about 45 seconds drop time for each competitor. The boat is making its way back into the course as we see the tail end of that instant replay, and here she comes. This is now 14.25 meters, the yellow loop for Scarlett Graham. Right, getting a little bit further down the course, and here she is, a 6-buoy count for Scarlett Graham of Italia. So she's in good shape so far and getting ready for 13 meters. Now, she got a score of a 2 on 13 meters in the previous round. So her talent is on pace to maybe score about the same, if not a little bit more. Now, just to give you an idea of where we are so far as the overall U17 team classification goes, Ukraine has a pretty healthy lead in that respect. Currently on 8,312 points, ahead of Belarus, who is currently on 7,201 points. But Great Britain isn't too far behind. They're less than 300 points behind Belarus. That is in the U17 category. And France is hot on their heels as well, currently lying in 4th. But here we go, 13 meters. This is Scarlett Graham. Entrance, number 1, brings the handle down nice and low to assure a quick acceleration. There's 1, there's 2, there's number 3. She's still going, she's still pummeling away here. And inside buoy number 5, so an improvement upon yesterday. So that is a Scarlett Graham with 4 on 13 meters. Now 4 on 13 meters. So Scarlett Graham currently in 5th place overall and could have clawed enough of a gap there between herself and Izzy Cosgrove, who's got to ski herself. So Scarlett Graham currently on the same amount of overall points as a couple of skiers that we'll see a little bit later on, either Ksenia Ravotska or Sofia Schuster or Rosa Jelenek. All of them have 4 on the 30 meters, and each of them has exactly the same amount of overall points in respect to the big score that we saw from Melitine Morel yesterday, who unfortunately unable to ski today. So now we're looking out for Maria Popova. So looking good here on 16 meters. That is Maria Popova. Okay, so in terms of girls overall, Maria Popova, having run her opening pass, will be looking to see if she can't get a little bit higher up in the overall totals. She got a score yesterday, 2.5 on 13 meters. She is about 20 or so points behind Yezvelita Nihotskaya. about a 29-point differential. So if she can get around about the same score as Scarlett Graham, who just posted up an improvement upon yesterday to the tune of 4 boos on 30 meters, we could see some movement in the overall. But there's always that possibility that Jezvelita Nayotskaya, who is now who is our number 2 seed going into the slalom final, has inherited the number 1 seed due to Melody Morell's inability to ski this final or indeed any other final. So that is Maria Popova. She's run the opening 2 passes of 16 and 14. So looking at this once again, the tail end, that is Maria Popova. Now doing a quick calculation on the overall points for Scarlett Graham. She's moved up in terms of points, but is still trailing Izzy Cosgrove. So Izzy Cosgrove is still in 4th overall, and Scarlett Graham is rooted in 5th right now, but she does have further opportunities going down the line. This is Maria Popova, and on 30 meters, crashing down and getting a score of 2.5, and 2.5 is the score that she had yesterday, so she does not move up in the overall competition. She in fact stays in the 2nd spot right now on exactly the same overall points total, but we're reviewing the score right now, and if that score ends up being less as part of that review, then that does nothing for Maria Popova so far as her overall score is concerned. And of course, where it pertains to the U17 girls slalom final, of course, it certainly doesn't help her in respect to getting a better score than Scarlett Graham, who is on 4 on 13 meters right now and currently has the lead. Taking a big old hit off number 2, and she just tried to extend herself round buoy number 3 to keep on going, but no dice there, I'm afraid. So it looks like it is going to be a 2.5, exactly the same score that she produced yesterday. So still on exactly the same overall points total for slalom, which is 755.81 for her score yesterday. That's a fairly easy number to glean. And still on 26.58.69, and is about less than 50 points away from Jezvelita Nayotskaya, who we will see later on in this event final. Lulu Cortez is our next skier to take to the water, and she produced exactly the same score yesterday as Maria Popova with 2.5 on 30 meters, but she is not a contender in the overall, so we will see what she can do to come away with maybe a one and only chance of snagging an individual medal in these championships. Okay, so looking at this opening pass for Lulu Cortez of France, and getting the job done with the 60-meter run. Yeah, absolutely, no worries there at all. They're very, very precise with movements, and tried to minimize those around each turn. So the current two top scorers that we've seen so far is Scarlett Graham, who is in the lead with 4 on 13 meters, and Maria Popova, who is currently on a 2.5 on that same line length. Beautiful, beautiful conditions out here at Stratos Lake. Warm sunshine as the boat accelerates away from the eastern end of this this arena lake here at Stratos. Entrance round number 1. Getting a good hook up there around buoy number 2 on 14.25 meters. Is looking very smooth, very composed. Didn't look at all rattled after pass number 1, and it gets the job done around all 6. So it looks like we've got a score revision for Maria Popova. It is going to be 2 on 13 meters, 2 on 13 meters. The judges made the decision to look at that, to reassess the score, and it is 2 on 13 meters. And 13 meters is going to be the next pass for Lilou Cortez of France, an individual competitor, so not part of the team scoring for France. And speaking about team scoring for France, let's have a look and see the U17 team classification. And right now, in terms of team classification, France is a little ways behind Great Britain, who's currently in 3rd place in the U17 team totals. It's about a 285 point differential between Great Britain and France, with Great Britain currently in 3rd place right now and France in 4th. This is Lilou Cortez on 13 meters and needing to get more than 4 to take the lead, and that's 4. Here's 5. She has the lead. Does she make a play on number 6? No. So it is going to be a 5 buoy count for Lilou Cortez from France. 5 on 13 meters. So Lilou Cortez, as the French team manager, looks on, and we'll have a look at the instant replay and see where things have started to go a little sideways there for her. Now the entrance gates look pretty good, and maybe a little bit late on them. She split them right down the center, where the convention would tend to lean to you getting a little bit closer to the right-hand gate ball to use up all of the real estate that you need in order to stay early from the start and making a way down the course. A little bit of slack, a whole load of slack off number 5. She came into it a little hot and just didn't have the commitment on the edge change to make that ski come round authentically. So Lilou Cortez, she comes up short on 13 meters, but she has a 5 buoy count, which establishes a new lead. From France, Lilou Cortez. Kensia Anastrom is coming up next. So Kenya Anastrom at 52K, 16 meters. So yeah, Kensia Innerström coming to us from Sweden. This is 16 meters. Now Kensia Innerström would earn about 11 more points in overall if she used to ski half a buoy better than what she did in the previous round, and getting a really polite round of applause from our local Greek audience here, and they're behind every single skier in this competition. So half a buoy more would actually give Kensia Innerström 11 more overall points. That would put her on 1347 overall points. Now another 11 there would give her an additional 22 overall points. And an additional 22 overall points would put her within about 10 points of Magdalena Faller, the difference between 14th and 13th place in the overall competition. Kensia Innerström, though, is probably overall is probably the least of her concerns right now. The immediate concern is making it through 14.25 meters, which is the next attempt, a pass to be attempted right here and now. 55K. Still on 16 meters, so she went in at 52K. So having run 52K at 16 meters, she now comes back and... Whoa! Hang on a second. Hold on. Well, she did, thankfully. She got around that number 6 and kind of let the ski get behind her a little bit, and a little bit of concern there towards the end. So Kensia Innerström has gotten through 16 meters at 55, and I don't honestly know what happened there. For something like that to happen, something must have occurred with her ski a little bit to put her in that position. Let's see if it still segues itself into this pass, which is 14.25 meters. Kensia Innerström. Looking good here. No cause for concern, and certainly there wasn't a cause for concern of getting through that pass of 14.25 meters at 55K. Kensia Innerström. Just looking at this and marveling at some of the smoothness with the turns. Aside from that one, of course, which was around buoy number 3, and taking a little bit of time out to allow the ski to fully rotate before getting on the gas. And there you go, that is Kensia Innerström. Okay, so now it's 13 meters for Kensia Innerström. all rearing up on the ski and getting 2 buoys there for Casey Anastrom. Casey Anastrom just getting a little bit bogged down with the turn on 13 meters. There is definitely a discernible difference in approach and turn and basically everything else where it pertains to slalom on 13 meters, comparing that to 14.25 meters as our skier with the bib number 25, Rosa Jelenik, just trying to stay calm and to stay focused upon the task that's going to be coming her way within about the next 3 or 4 competitors. But Casey Anastrom won't see any difference in her fortunes in the overall competition, and certainly in the slalom event she's a little bit behind the 8 ball. Currently in 3rd place after 4 skiers, a 2-way tie for 3rd between Maria Popova and Casey Anastrom. Currently in 2nd place is Lilu Cortez with 3, and our leader right from the get-go is Scarlett Graham with 4 on 13 meters. All right there, so now representing Germany on 16 meters at 55K, this now is Maya Leonhardt. So Maya Leonhardt, who recently switched to a Syndicate Works 02 and is reaping the benefits from that skiing upgrade. And that was 16 meters for the opening pass of 55K. Now Maya Leonhardt is currently in 8th place overall, and she can potentially move higher, because this is probably the smallest point differential between the two. It is actually 0.23 overall points separates Ksenia Rivotska in 7th place and Maya Leonhardt in 8th. So less than a point separates those 2 skiers. So she's got that going for her. If she can improve more than 3.5 on 13 meters, the score that she produced yesterday, and our small contingent of German supporters along the shore side getting behind Maya Leonhardt, so she can get close to either equaling or taking the lead outright, then she will move up in the overall competition. But the next skier to come after her is the skier that she could potentially displace, and that is Ksenia Rivotska from Belarus. But in the meantime, Maya Leonhardt is good to go for the 14.25 meter line, having started on 16 meters. So as we continue on, just to clarify on the overall competition right now, Maya Leonhardt is 8th. The skier that's immediately above her, Ksenia Rivotska, is 0.23 of an overall point, separating those 2. And then if she wants to aspire to finish higher, Maya Leonhardt can do that, because the next point differential is merely 5 overall points. So here we go, coming on in. Maya Leonhardt, looking in good shape here. This is 13 meters as she gets round 4 and gets round 5. Can she make it? Oh, no. And she it gets pulled over the tip of her ski, and she scores a 5 for that effort. Or double check the scoring because she had a really, really late approach into number 5. But I believe that's the score that will go her way. So Maya Leonhardt with a 5 on 13 meters. And I believe that puts her ahead of so 5 on. Okay, so tying with the lead with 5 on 13 meters is Lilu Cortez and that skier Maya Leonhardt. So continuing on with this competition, this is the 2026 IWWF European Youth Championships. I'm Tony Leifert and glad to have the pleasure of your company moving forwards. So Maya Leonhardt, we project that she is now in 6th place overall, having improved upon the score that she produced yesterday of 3.5 to the tune of 5 buoys. So that moves the 2 Belarusian skiers that occupied that had occupied the 6th and 7th spot down to 7th and 8th. And each of them will have the opportunity to fight back as our next skier is about to take to the course. Coming in at 52K 16 meters is Sanaya Rivotska, needing a score of more than 4 on 13 meters to improve in overall and needing more than 5 to take the lead in this event. So Sanaya Rivotska, so 16 meters at 52K, a safe as houses opening run. Just testing out the water and seeing if it has the potential for her to improve. Just backside in that number 6 there with okay, so actually Ksenia Rivotska from Belarus decided to go into the course at 55 instead of 52. It was a last-second decision that she made, which means that this next pass is 14.25 meters. Of course, there's not only the conditions on the water to think about, but there's also the sun as well, which is getting higher and higher and will become less of a concern, but it is still very much there in the east. That is Sanaya Rivotska from Belarus. And Belarus, we welcome them back into the international fold as a bona fide team competing for the the team competition honors. Speaking of the team competition, we'll try and get you some team scores and keep that evolving, because Belarus in the U17s is about 1,100 points behind Belarus in the U17 classification. Now, where it comes down to the combined classification, which adds the scores from both U14 and U17, well, it's significantly closer than that. There's less than 100 points that separate between Ukraine, that has the lead, and Belarus, which is in second in the combined team competition. All right, now this is 30 meters for Ksenia Rivotska. Now, she will improve in the overall if she can get past 4. She will take the lead in this event if she can get past 5. There she goes, round number 4. She's improved in the overall. She's back in it. And again, round 5 and number 6. There you go. Fantastic skiing there for our skier from Belarus out there on the water. That is Ksenia Rivotska from Belarus, getting through 30 meters, and now has a chance to get back into the game so far as the overall is concerned. All right, so continuing to monitor the situation out there on the slalom course. We are about halfway done with the slalom girls final. Ksenia Rivotska of Belarus now approaching the course on 12 meters. Every little bit helps so far as her performance in this event in regards to the overall. This is Ksenia Rivotska and getting a 2.5 there, but she's taken the lead with 2.5 on 12 meters for Ksenia Rivotska of Belarus. All right, so Ksenia Rivotska from Belarus with 2.5 on 12 meters. That, I believe, would put Ksenia Rivotska both ahead of Nazdaya Keselskaya and Scarlett Graham in the overall competition. Maybe a little bit behind Scarlett Graham, but she's definitely closed in on that battle. Sophia Schuster on 16 meters at 55 kilometers an hour, a skier out of Slovakia. We're getting some equal amounts of support from the skiers and the support system for Czechia, as well as the smattering of skiers and support staff from Slovakia. Up until the early parts of the 1990s, both their nations were combined into the nation that formerly known as Czechoslovakia. And then the communism broke down completely in Eastern Europe, and they went their separate ways. But there's always a healthy connection between the nations of Czechia and Slovakia. Rosa Jelenik of Austria on dockside, getting ready for her turn out there. But Sophia Schuster likewise coming back in on 14.25 meters. Getting round 1 and number 2, hooking up on 14.25 meters. Yesterday she scored 4 on 13 meters. So looking to improve upon her fortunes in that event and also in the overall competition as well, because coming into this slalom event, Rosa Jelenik was on 2,002 overall points, and the next highest overall position was Maya Leonhardt with 2,099 points. So less than 100 separating those two skiers, one from Germany, who we've already seen in the form of Maya Leonhardt, who is currently in a two-way tie for the lead in the slalom event between herself and Lilu Cortez. And Rosa Jelenik, who is out on the water right now, within breathing distance in terms of the overall competition. So updated results in the overall. Scarlett Graham still fifth, Sanaya Rivotska in 6th, Maya Leonhardt in 7th. Nazdaya Keselskaya, who's yet to ski, is in 8th, and Rosa Jelenik is out on the water right now on 13 meters, looking to try and get into a decent position here. There's number 5, there's number 6. And more we're seeing folks that have gotten through 13 meters, and Sophia Schuster there on the 12-meter line. The lead is currently 2.5 on 12. So we are past the halfway mark now in this girls' slalom final in the U17 Championships of Europe. Sophia Schuster, who herself is in 10th place overall, but is considerably further way back comparing herself with Rosa Jelenik. Now Rosa Jelenik is currently in 9th in overall. Sophia Schuster in 10th, but there is room for movement, and movement there will be because Sophia Schuster has already skied better than what she did in the first round, and now she's on 12. Anything more, all the additional buoys will count for something in terms of the overall battle. Here we go. That is Sophia Schuster. There is one. And Sophia Schuster is locked in at second place right now with 4 skiers remaining. Sophia Schuster on 1 on 12 meters. So she increases her overall tally to the tune of 3 more additional buoys. So for Sophia Schuster, she'll stay in 11th. She'll still stay in 10th place overall, but she's definitely clawed enough of a gap between her and Rosa Jelenik. And guess who's going to ski next? Rosa Jelenik of Austria. So looking at this entrance gate into buoy number 1, brought the handle up a little high, and that caused her to buckle over through the wakes and unable to get outside number 2. So it is a 1 buoy count on 12 meters for Sophia Schuster. From Austria, our next competitor is going to be Rosa Jelenik. So, Rosa Jelenik, 16 meters at 55K. So Rosa Jelenik, there she is, and she'd just gotten through the opening pass of 16 meters at 55K. Skiing away round number 1 and round number 2 on this instant replay on 16 meters. It's a relatively straightforward pass, but at this championship level, you can't afford to be complacent one iota. Okay, the boat making its way from the eastern end of this lake in towards the slalom course. So Rosa Jelenik, this is 14.25 meters, making a great attempt to run that pass, and she does. So Rosa Jelenik now, who scored 4 on 13 meters yesterday. Rosa Jelenik. 790.70 points in slalom. Those are overall points. Now, the difference, even a minor difference in scoring out there on the slalom course has some implications going forward. The real easy way to tell is when you've got someone like Nezdaya Kezolskaya who's coming up next, and Rosa Jelenik, who's currently on the water right now. Now, Rosa Jelenik yesterday scored 4 at 30 meters, and Nezdaya Kezolskaya scored 4.5, and the difference between those two in terms of overall points is less than 12. So for every additional half a buoy between those two equates to 11 overall points. This is Rosa Jelenik. This is 13 meters. She gets it to go round there, round number 5, round number 6. There you go. So Rosa Jelenik, she's added about 33 additional overall points onto her total right now. 33 additional points to her overall total that started with 2,002 overall points. Currently puts her in 2,035 overall points, and that is about a 70-point differential between herself and Nezdaya Kezolskaya. Rosa Jelenik currently in ninth. Nezdaya Kezelskaya currently in 8th. And the next few skiers could well determine where the overall competition goes from here. We've got Nezdaya Kezelskaya, as I mentioned, the next person to ski, followed by Izzy Cosgrove and Yelizaveta Nyotskaya. 2 skiers from Belarus, 1 from Great Britain to come up next. But in the meantime, Rosa Jelenik. Entrance gates, round number 1 on 12 meters. Oh, good hook up here. Round number 2 and collapsing off number 2 in towards number 3. So add another 44 overall points upon that total as well, and Rosa Jelenik is just that much closer to Nezdaya Kezelskaya. And Rosa Jelenik with a score of a 2 on 12 meters in terms of this competition, which is the U17 Girls Slalom Final. That puts her half a buoy behind Sanaya Rivotska. And in 3rd place right now, Sophia Schuster with 1 on 12 meters. So the top 3 scores are all into the 12-meter run. And we will see so Rosa Jelenik who just skied a 2 on 12, is currently in 2nd spot right now. This is Nezdaya Kezelskaya from Belarus. 16 meters. All right, so opening run there, 16 meters at 55K. So she was extremely close there to that gate shot, to that right-hand gate ball, but thankfully she was enough to the left of that right-hand gate ball to where she would not have any worries about it being taken from her. So, Nezdaya Kezelskaya, who is currently in 8th place overall right now. She's about 30 points adrift from Maya Leonhardt, and an additional 70 points away from Sanaya Rivotska, who's currently lying in 6th. Nezdaya Kezelskaya right now. Oh yes, very, very aggressively making her way through that run there. That is Nezdaya Kezelskaya from Belarus. There are only 2 competitors to go after her. That's Izzy Cosgrove and Yelizaveta and Nyotskaya. There was supposed to be 1 more skier after those remaining 2, but she is unavailable to ski due to an injury that she sustained yesterday in the jumping event. That is Melitine Morel, the number 1 seed and the only one to have gotten through the entirety of the 12-meter pass in the elimination round in the U17 girls slalom. For those of you that have just joined us, welcome to the U17 Girls Slalom Final. This is for that championship. 11 skiers in this final. Okay, so let's have a look and see. Nadezhda Keselskaya. If she was to get more than 2.5 on 12, she would be on the podium and would finish no worse than third. But she has to get to that point first of all. This is 13 meters. Taking a big old hit there and inside buoy number 6 there. So Nadezhda Keselskaya. She improves upon her total yesterday to the tune of 5 on 13 meters. That puts her in the top 5 in the girls' slalom competition results. It also improves her overall score and points scored to the tune of half a buoy. But that probably won't be enough to put her ahead of someone along the lines of Maya Leonhardt, who is currently in 7th place. So still out in the lead is Sanaya Rivotska with 2.5 on 12 meters. Sophia Schuster in the second spot with 1 at 12 meters. Then and Rosa Jelenik 2 on 12 meters. Okay, so let's continue on with the slalom event, and we've got our next skier to take to the water. It is going to be Izzy Cosgrove from Great Britain, having scored a 1.5 on 12 meters yesterday. There is your current leaderboard with Rivotska, Jelenik, Schuster, Keselskaya, and Leonhardt all in the top 5 and contributing points to their overall totals as well. So we'll keep an eye on that at the same time. But we're now on our penultimate skier. What we do know is that we have one medalist already confirmed, and that is the current leader. That is Sanaya Rivotska, I should say, from Belarus. But in the meantime, this is Izzy Cosgrove, and this is 16 meters. Getting a little bit bounced from one side to the next, but she still has managed to make her way through that run on 16 meters at 55K. That is Izzy Cosgrove. So looking at a push from one side of the course to the next. Just trying to stay on her game. Okay, so Izzy Cosgrove approaching the course here and now. She's gone through 16 of 55. She's back in at 14.25 meters at the same boat speed. Rolling herself in towards the course. Alpha 2 is the zero off setting that she feels quite at ease with. But a little narrow into number 4 and a little narrow into number 5 as well, but managing to more than make up for it with her approach into number 6. So there you go. That is a 6 buoy count on 14.25 meters. Now she's a little ways off from the score of 1.5 on 12 meters, which earned her 872 overall points. Now she can improve upon that points total provided that she skis more than 1.5 on 12. And if she does that, then she would be that much closer to taking the lead at the of the slalom event in the U17 girls final at the same time. So with two skiers to go, currently our second placer skier Rosa Jelenek is on the bubble for a podium position, and there we see her right there. Okay, so Izzy Cosgrove now on 13 meters of pass that she ideally needs to run. And unfortunately, it isn't going to happen here in the finals, which means that Rosa Jelenek is on the podium now. Rosa Jelenek from Austria. Which also means that with 2.5 on 12 meters, Sanaya Rivotska, and just looking at the pictures there for Rosa Jelenek, who has won herself a medal on the podium there. Congratulations to her. Additional congratulations should go to Sanaya Rivotska, who is still in the lead with one skier to go and is guaranteed a position no worse than second. Izzy Cosgrove out of the medals at this time. And a score is needed. A score of more than 1 is needed for a medal on the podium in this European U17 girls Slalom Championship, which now brings us to our very, very last competitor. A competitor who yesterday scored 4, who actually scored 4 on 12 meters yesterday, and is currently leading in the girls' overall competition, so by quite a significant amount, so she doesn't have anything too much to worry there in that department. So now, as we see continuing shots of Rosa Jelenek being congratulated by her teammates from Austria, we now bring on Yelizaveta Nayhotskaya from Belarus. She is our last competitor on the water due to Melody Morel unable to compete in the remaining portion of this competition, which includes the jump event, which is later on this afternoon, and of course the tricks event, which is slated for tomorrow. So a 6 buoy count on the opening pass there for Yelizaveta Nayhotskaya. Nice extension there around buoy number 1, and likewise round number 2. Yelizaveta Nayotskaya. Slicing and dicing away from one side of the course to the next. From one end of the course to the next as well. So Yelizaveta Nayotskaya runs the opening pass. A quick update in the overall so far as the top 5 positions are concerned is Yelizaveta Nayotskaya currently leading the pack ahead of Maria Popova, who is ahead of Melody Morel, who is ahead of Izzy Cosgrove, and who herself is ahead of Scarlett Graham. There could be an awful lot of room for movement going forwards, but in the meantime, let's concentrate on the slalom event for Yelizaveta Nayotskaya. So Yelizaveta Nayotskaya getting through the second pass, and that was on 14.25 meters. So Yelizaveta Nayotskaya is now preparing herself for an attack on the 14.25 meter line. So in the lead right now is Ksenia, or Sanaya, I should say, Ravotska. 2.5 on 12 meters is that lead score ahead of Rosa Jelenik. So those are the only two that have got guaranteed podium positions at this time. 30 meters for Yelizaveta Nayotskaya, and seems to have found a good level of comfort out there on that slalom course, and that is 13 meters. So now she is within that pass that she needs to get a good start on 12 meters. This is for the Championship of Europe in the U17 girls slalom. So Yelizaveta Nayotskaya. Yelizaveta Nayotskaya, now 12 meters. This is it, folks. The Championship of Europe will be decided in the next few seconds. The lead score is 2.5. Let's see how many turns she can make. There's number 1, takes it to go. Round number 3. She's good to go for number 3. S turns 2. Oh no! So let's have a... So the score is under review, but let's take a look at this again here. Round number 1. Good extension round number 2, and the handle came up high, which meant that she was... So looks like the score is being reviewed right now, and it is being presented as a 2-buoy count on 12 meters, which therefore means that your champion, your provisional champion of Europe in the U17 girls, the slalom final, is the skier with the 2.5 buoy count on 12 meters. That is Sanaya Rivotska of Belarus. And that means that Rosa Jelenik and Yelizaveta Nihotskaya are tied for second spot. And there we have your winner, Sanaya Rivotska from Belarus, and just trying to find some shade in there. And she is your champion of Europe, ahead of Yelizaveta Nihotskaya, who's in second spot, a 2-way tie for second. But because she had the superior total, then that gives her the tie break going forwards. So congratulations for Sanaya Rivotska for the U17 championship. Sanaya Rivotska from Belarus, ahead of Yelizaveta Nihotskaya, ahead of Rosa Jelenik. Those are your top 3. Sophia Schuster in 4th. There's Daya Keselskaya with 5th. Maya Lienhardt 6th. Lilu Cortez in 7th. Scarlett Graham 8th. Kenzia Anastrom in 9th. Maria Popova in 10th, and Izzy Cosgrove in 11th in our 11 skier final. All right, then, our next final is the U14 boys slalom final, as we continue to progress all the way through our 6 final events. So stick around, folks. More to come right after this.
Morning, Brian.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat, a place where that summer feeling lasts all year long, a place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers, a place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down, and your only job is to make lifelong memories. That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
For 30 years now, Canada's #1 water sports pro shop, Shuswap Ski and Board, has been supporting the sport they love through extensive athlete and event sponsorship, donations, and prizes. Having watched the best water ski action on the planet for years, the crew at Shuswap Ski and Board is now helping TWBC bring that amazing action to you. To discover more about one of the world's top pro shops, visit Shuswap Ski and Board online at shuswapsnb.com.
Old logic says success is determined by wins. It says you can't be a mother and a professional athlete, that you can't take on giants. New logic says watch me. Watch me become the most decorated track and field athlete in the world. Watch me start a brand designed by women, for women. When old logic holds us back, it's up to us to defy it.
At Houston Cadillac, at the moment you arrive, you will notice dedication to excellence. We deliver an unparalleled customer experience, and we're elevating our commitment with a new state-of-the-art facility. Explore our selection of new Cadillac cars, crossovers, and SUVs designed to meet your needs. We are redefining the luxury experience and investing in the future. Visit Houston Cadillac and begin your journey towards luxury.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure million-dollar mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dillinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
My name is Thibaut Dalen and I'm the broker of Dalen Real Estate. And today I want to show you some of our special listings located in Florida's world famous water ski hotspots.
DNCA Finance has grown through crises and transformations. Times change, values remain. For more than 25 years, DNCA has been by your side for active and flexible management of your wealth. DNCA, Maison d'épargne de valeur. Speak with your financial advisor.
Luxury means something different to everyone. A private island, a hidden villa, a journey designed around you. At Marola Travel, we take the time to listen to how you want to travel, how you want to feel, and what luxury truly means to you. Marola Travel. Wherever you're going, we'll make it easy.
All right then, folks, welcome back. For those of you that For those of you that are just joining us, welcome back to the U17 girls slalom final. We've just gone through that event, and we're about to go into the under 14 boys slalom final. But here is the list of results for the U17 girls slalom final. Sanaya Rivotska from Belarus with 2.5 on 12, just marginally ahead of Yelizaveta Nihotskaya with 2 on 12, and tying with Rosa Jelenik, but because she had the superior score in the first round, Yelizaveta finishes ahead of Rosa Jelenik, and both of those skiers are on the podium. So this is the U14 Boys Slalom Championship starting order. Klebe Smolich, then Paul Schnogel, then Tobias Vasali, Nikolaus Anatopoulos, Mikolau Natenko, then Frederick Volnar, then Karl Arthur Anderson, Gabriel Bruto, Vincentas Ostras, Franz Josef Stogginger, Emil Malmi, and Maximilian Zielinski. Those are the 12 skiers in the U14 boys slalom final. Top score from the previous round is 1.5 on 11. Okay, just to give you an idea, the max boat speed is 55 kilometers an hour. And getting ready is our sole Belarusian athlete in this final is Klebe Smolich. And at the helm of that towboat is Ricardo Botas. 52 is going to be the opening speed. The line length is going to be 18.25 meters. So, having scored 1 at 13 in the previous round, Klebe Smolich gets to work with 18.25 meters for the first pass in this final round. Looking very simple, looking very composed out there, one would have to say. So getting through 18.25 meters. Some of our crew there, our camera crew for TWBC. Now they'll be focused upon what's coming up next for Klebe Smolich. 55K. 18.25 meters max speed. Still on the 18.25 meter line, however. And it will be shortened from 18.25 meters to 16 meters for the next run. That is Klebe Smolich. So looking at this once again, it looked fairly simplistic from one end of the course to the next, not moving around too much. Cleve Smolich. Who is about 22 points away from 6th overall. He currently occupies 7th place. And could actually ski his way into the top 4 or 5 with a halfway decent slalom performance going forwards. This is Cleve Smolich, who scored 1 on 13 meters in the preliminary round. Is a little ways away from getting towards that pass, but Cleve Smolich wasn't particularly comfortable with the first half of the course, but the second half was a lot easier for him to run through. A 6 buoy count there on 16 meters and getting ready for 14.25 meters from Belarus, Cleve Smolich. So looking at this instant replay and taking some sizable hits here, but still able to keep the ski moving forward, which is a saving grace for this run. Cleve Smolich. So as we have a look at the main reservoir that feeds into this lake, the Kostraki Reservoir, one of the largest in all of Greece. And there's a lake not too far away from here that is the largest freshwater lake in all of Greece. So now this is 14.25 meters, off to a horrid start there and managing to still stay upright. Round number 3 and number 4 and collapsing around buoy number 4. So that is a Cleve Smolich. So that was at 14.25 meters, so not getting anywhere closer to improving his score, which was 1 at 13 meters from the previous round. But Cleve Smolich has at least 1 or 2 more opportunities to improve his fortunes in the overall competition. But for the moment, he's swimming in, having set the bar early. Taking a bit of slack there off number 3 and was unable to set his edges and to set his path right into number 4. So 3.5 on 14.25 meters for Cleve Smolich. Next competitor up from Austria is Paul Snoggle. So 52K, 16 meters for Paul Snoggle. Now Paul Snoggle, who just about made it into every single event final, was among the last to make it through in each one, aside from the jump event which took place yesterday. And Paul Snoggle, who is an independent skier from Austria, looking fantastic there on the opening pass, and we see a very, very healthy crowd of spectators who've come from far and wide to experience the 2026 IWWF Europe and Africa Youth Championships. Now, Paul Snoggle, for his part in all of this drama that's taking place, could actually move in onto a podium position in the overall, provided that he improves upon his slalom score. Because Paul Schnogel, just taking a look at the differential between himself and third place overall, there's about 25 points separating himself from Nikolaos Anatopoulos. And Nikolaos Anatopoulos is about 2 skiers away from competing in this boys U14 slalom final. There's Ricardo mashing the throttle down and getting that boat accelerated as quickly as possible to 55k. So starting in at 52k 16 to get things up and running, and this is 16 meters at 55k. Paul Schnogel. Oh yeah, not a bad effort there from Paul. So Paul Schnogel, 2 passes to the good, 14.25 meters coming up next. Bringing the handle in rather early. And that forced his weight distribution towards the tail of the ski, which made it bounce up towards him quite violently. He was able to get more of the tip of the ski in the water this time on his approach from 3 into 4. And that probably more than anything else stabilized himself at the tail end of that run. So there we go. That is Paul Schnogel. Now getting ready for 14.25 meters. He scored 1.5 on 13 meters. .25 meters at 55. Handle comes in really quick there into number 1, but managing to keep a good pace here. Round number 4. Oh, and crashing and almost hitting the ramp, which would have been quite remarkable considering the ramp is a little ways down course. Just getting an early hook up there, but unfortunately unable to hold on to that massive amount of angle that he generated for himself. So Paul Schnogel on 14.25 meters will not be improving much in his battle in the overall competition, but he'll have 2 or 3 more chances later on in this event. In this competition, the 2026 Europe and Africa Youth Championships. But let's have a look and see where things started to go a little bit off key here. Round number 4, brought the handle in, took a hit, then let go of the handle, and the ski was fairly close to hitting the ramp, I do have to say. Now this view is actually going to give us a more clearer picture in terms of where he started to fall, because if he started to fall before the center line of the boat, then that would keep his score at the half a buoy. But I believe that the handle came away just as he went past the center mark. So that would have been 4. 4 for Paul Schnogel of Austria. 4 on 14. Next up will be Tobias Vasily. Okay, folks, moving right along. Our next competitor coming into the course is a skier from Czechia. This is Tobias Vesely. So 55K at 18.25 meters. His opening effort there out on the slalom course in the U14 Boys Slalom Championship. Right there, so Tobias Vesely from Czechia, who advanced through to this round of skiing, the championship round, having scored a 2 on 13 meters. Looking at dockside and seeing Nikolaos Anatopoulos. $16 meters, nice hook up there about around buoy number 4 and round number 5. And getting the job done there with a 6 buoy count. So getting it done, Tobias Vesely from Czechia. So Thomas Vesely, his best score coming into these championships was a score of a 3 on 13 meters. So a pass coming up, 14.25 meters. No one has run this pass yet, despite some significant challenges. There's number 1. This is 14.25 meters. He's better than halfway down course now, but he's still there's that 14-meter pass that no one has run yet. It is going to be a 4.5 buoy score. It's enough for the lead, but he was certainly capable of doing so much better there with what he had to work with. Conditions here absolutely ideal for slaloming. And that is Tobias Vesely of Czechia. So another attempt at 14.25 meters goes begging. And looking good, hooking up really well for the first few buoys on that pass, but just left everything behind him around buoy number 5, and just like that, a fall occurred. So we've gotten through 3 skiers so far, and none of them have completed a pass on 14.25 meters, and having all 3 of them ran it in the elimination round series over the last day or so. That seems to be quite weird. But now we move on from Czechia to the host nation, the Hellenic Republic of Greece. We have Nikolaos Anatopoulos. Nikolaos Anatopoulos of Greece will be our next competitor to take to the water. A skier who trains here quite extensively, so he knows the site, he knows what it's capable of producing. So 52K, 16 meters. He's going with the softer option, the sub-max speed, shorter line, earlier boat speed. All right, here we go now. This is our skier on the water. This is Nikolaos Anatopoulos. 16 meters at 52K. Decent hookup off number 2. Skiing a little bit nervously out there, and for good reason. There's a high level of expectation here on his shoulders, being a skier from the host nation and getting the job done there with that opening run of 52K, 16 meters. Put in a really hard gate shot there off the gates, through the gates into number 1, and almost lost his balance completely going into number 1. But he manages to get something close to his normal routine out there with the opening pass of 52K. The boat speed is going to go to maximum speed of 55K. Right, the boat's motoring in now. Next pass. Let's see what kind of impression he makes upon it. It's going to be 16 meters. There's number 1. Number 2. He's getting a fair way down course now. Round number 5, and he gets it to go round number 6. A bit of a hand drag there. Certainly not recommended at this level of skiing, championship level skiing. This is the IWWF Europe and Africa Youth Championships coming to you from Stratos Lake, which is next to nearby Agrinio, known famously worldwide for its Agrinian olives, for its large-scale agricultural industry, for its ancient ruins, and for the fact that it's been around for over 3 millennia, founded by King Agrios, somewhere between the years of 1600 and 1100 BC. All right, then, here we go. This is Nikolaos Anatopoulos from Greece. Let's see what he's got on 14.25 meters. No one has run this pass yet, and we've had 3 strong attempts to see a skier do that. There's number 3, round number 4. Oh, and he goes down. Oh, my word. What is happening out there? Three and a half on 14.25 meters, and that ties him in second spot with Kleb Smolich with the same score. Still out in the lead is Tobias Vasily with a 4.5 on 14.25 meters. Currently in second spot is Paul Schnogel on 4. And we got on a two-way tie for third. My bad there. 3.5 at 14.25 meters. So we're almost halfway down this list of 12 skiers, and we've yet to see a complete run at 14.25 meters. And we've had more than enough opportunities to see that happen. So we will see what our remaining skiers can do. 8 more skiers on this list, starting off with Mykolau Natenko of Ukraine. He will be our next skiing athlete. So as we continue to rock along, just enough time for me to mention the U14 boys overall. As we take a look at the crowd reaction to that score of 3.5 there from Nikolaos Anatopoulos. Now, so far as the boys overall is concerned, Nikolaos Anatopoulos still very much in the frame there for the boys for a spot on the podium. He's currently lying in third. Paul Schnogel, for his part, is about 25 or so points back in fourth for spot overall. Mykolau Hanatenko is in second in overall right now, but there is a massive point differential between himself and Franz Josef Stogginger, who is looking pretty tall and pretty smart right now with a 28.93 overall points, about a 600-point differential more in excess of. Okay, so now skier on the water. This is Mykolau Natenko. 18.25 meters at 55K. And getting the job done. Now, if he harbors any ambitions to claw back the deficit that exists between him and Franz Josef Stogginger in the overall, it has to start now. He has markers in all 3 events, which means that he has 3 opportunities to claw back the deficit that exists between himself and Franz Josef Stogginger. So there's more than meets the eye so far as this slalom performance is concerned. First of all, he's got to get through 14.25 minutes, which has seemed to be a relative struggle for the first 4 skiers right now. Of course, if he was to get through 14.25 minutes, he'll take the lead, but he would need another half a pass more on top of that, in excess of, to claw back the deficit in overall. All right, here we go. This is Mykolau Natenko. doing everything that he can to stay upright and slice and dice his way through each side of the wakes in successfully running that pass. That is Mykolaiw Natenko from Ukraine. Just looking at this once again. Started off on 18, this is 16. So looking at the Ukrainian support along the shore side, there's Ivan Zaletsov, there's Mykolaiw and a couple of others who formed part of the Ukrainian team effort. And they are currently in first spot right now in the team overall in the U17s by quite a significant distance. So it looks like we have a rejected boat path. Boat out of tolerance at 2 ball, from what I understand. Now, because he actually ran the that pass, he can proceed on to the next run. But he would. Looks like he's been given the options, and he is going to try the previous pass again instead of going on to the next one. So that is Mykolaiw Natenko. So the next passer for him is going to be the 16-meter line. He had a rejected boat path on 16 meters. And then after that, provided that he makes it through that pass, he would have attempt at 14.25 meters, a pass that no one has gotten through yet, despite their best efforts and having easily demonstrated in the elimination round before that each was capable of making it through that run, having scored at the very least 1 and at the very most 3 between those 4 competitors on the 13-meter line. All right, here we go. This is 16 meters at 55K. There's number 1. Palming in on number 2. This is the 16-meter line. Should be relatively straightforward there for him. As our coach for Ukraine. Looking all smiles there as he gets through 16 meters and now gets ready for 14.25 meters. Once again, a pass that has not been completed yet, despite the best efforts of our first 4 skiers to do just that. right, so the current lead score is a 4.5 on 14.25 meters, courtesy of Vasali, Tobias Vasali from Czechia. And then we've got the second place score for Paul Schnogel on 4, and then we've got a two-way tie for third between Cleve Smolich and Nikolaos Anatopoulos. Looking good, looking purposeful here. And yes, finally, after 5 skiers, we get a pass through 14.25 meters. And therefore, taking the lead at this stage of the competition, the U14 Boys Slalom Championship of Europe. All right, they're moving right along. We've gotten past 14 finally. We're now into 13 meters. For Mikolau Natenko. There's one, there's number 2. Can he make it round number 3? Look at this. Can he make it round number 4? Yes, he can, but not enough to complete the turn. And Mikolau Natenko from Ukraine, scoring 3.5 there, 3.5 on 13 meters. It does mean that he has more overall points to add on to his pre-existing point total, but not enough to seriously claw the gap between himself and Franz Josef Stogginger. And with every attempt that he makes against that leader in the overall and coming up short, the more and more chance that Franz Josef could prevail in the boys overall. But in the meantime, we're just looking at the tail end of this performance here for our Ukrainian athlete Mikolau Natenko with 3.5, but he has the lead. And now we'll go on to our next competitor in the U14 Boys Slalom Championship of Europe, Frederick Volnar of Austria. $16 meters. So we're looking at Frederick Volnar getting through that pass, and we're seeing a view of a nearby city of Agrinio. So looking through this pass, this opening pass of 16 meters. This was at 55K. And getting it to go there with 16 meters with the opening pass. And we just had a look at nearby Agrinio, the largest city in the region, in this in this area. Available for Agrigno, famous for its olives, a staple agricultural product of this area, but let's concentrate on what we've got here. Frederick Volnar, 14.25 minutes. He's seen that this pass is possible, having seen it come up short for a number of skiers who've attempted it prior to our last competitor, and there we go. That is Frederick Volnar. 14.25 meters. He now puts himself in second place by virtue of him running 6 at 14.25 meters, becoming only the second skier to run through that pass so far. The first skier who totaled up 3.5 is our current leader, which is Mikhail Natenko from Ukraine. So this area is a gateway to Lake Trocanida. It lies near Greece's largest natural lake, Lake Trocanida, known for its rich biodiversity. This is Frederick Volnar, and this is 13 meters. 3.5 is the lead here. There's 1, there's 2, there's number 3. Gets round number 4. I don't know how he's doing this, but he is getting through round all 6 buoys there on 13 meters. Wow. He scored 3.5 on 13 meters yesterday. And Frederick Volnar is going to get a big boost in the overall competition, because he is about 30 or so points behind Paul Schnogel in the overall competition. And Frederick Volnar, another skier from Austria, has leapfrogged over him in the overall competition from 5th to 4th. By virtue of running that 13-meter pass. So Frederick Volnar was running that pass narrow. About as narrow as you can be and still be able to get round all 6. But now we've got a 12-meter attempt here. 6 at 13 and continuing to ski. Here he comes. This is the blue loop, 12 meters. There's 1. And I don't know whether he made it outside number 2, but 1 is the score that he has at the very least. It's 1 on 12 meters. So he added quite a significant amount of buoys to his total. 3.5 additional buoys, comparing his score to yesterday, and looks like the score is going to be 1. Clouted the second buoy straight on. So 1 buoy is going to be the score of Frederick Volnar on 12 meters, a team skier out of Austria. So apparently, from what I'm hearing, there is a 0 buoy count coming through the results service right now. There appears to be a zero score here. We'll have a look and see very, very close to the right-hand gate buoy there as we now bring in our next competitor. This is Carl Arthur Andersen of Denmark. 16 meters. Oh, and getting in a little bit deep there. Don't know what happened there, but we'll have a look at this once again. Carl Arthur Andersen, disastrous set of circumstances there, and not able to run the opening pass. So Carl Arthur Andersen, let's have a look at this again. Entrance buoy number 1, getting a decent hook up here. Everything was looking okay at this point, but he just clipped the outside of number 2, and that just set a whole chain reaction of things that he didn't want to have happen. So it's going to be a 3 buoy count total, 3 buoys there. So just couldn't get back into rhythm or even to his default skiing position. So Carl Arthur Andersen, who yesterday scored a 4 on 13 meters to make it into this event final, will get nowhere close to that total in the U14 Boys Slalom Championship of Europe. So now we'll move on to Gabriel Bruto from Switzerland. So now we've had some significant updates so far as the U14 boys overall results are concerned. We just saw Frederick Volnar, who got 1 on 12 meters. How much of an impact has that score had? A lot, because he's moved up from 5th to 4th in overall, and he is less than a point away from 3rd overall, which is currently held by Nikolaos Anatopoulos. So Frederick Volnar, who I believe has at least 1 or 2 more event finals that he can ski in, could close that gap even further and vault himself onto the podium on the basis of an improved score in one of the next 2 events. All right, now, so we got 18.25 meters for our next skier. This is Gabriel Bruto. So getting through 18.25 meters, another skier who yesterday scored 4 on 13 meters. All right, so Gabriel Bruto runs his opening pass on 18.25 meters at 55K, and he will return on a pathway towards the dock from the eastern end and getting ready for 16 meters. And there we go. That is Ricardo Botas pushing the throttle down and getting the boat speed up to 55K as quickly as possible. at Agrigno in Greece. This is the 2026 IWWF Europe and Africa Youth Championships, and we've just seen a pass there completed by Gabriel Bruto. He's gotten through 18 and 16. He's now lined up the 14.25 meter pass, a pass that that only 2 competitors have run so far out of the 6 that we've had compete right now. Frederick Volner, and an update to a previous score, has scored 0 on 12 meters, which could actually have a cascading effect down the line, because his score at 0 on 12 could well be the difference where it comes down to putting skiers on the podium. We'll get you more details upon that in a short while. In the meantime, this is Gabriel Bruto. This is 14.25 meters and gets it to go. All 6 buoys there, and 14.25 meters is being run now with a little bit more normal regularity between our competitors at this tail end of the running order. Gabriel Bruto, who scored 4 on 13 meters yesterday, looking at this once again, and got a little bit buffeted in 1 or 2 places here, but he was still early enough to get through that pass of 14.25 meters. 13 meters comes up next for Gabriel Bruto. Now Gabriel Bruto is currently 10th place overall. It's about 26 overall points away from his brother, who is Artur Bruto, currently in 9th there. But let's have a look and see what he does out there on the slalom course. There's 1, there's number 2. This is 13 meters. He scored 4 yesterday and is going to score 2.5 today. Two and a half on 13 meters there for Gabriel Bruto. So it doesn't move up any higher in the overall scores, but right now with 2.5 on 13 meters, that puts him right now in the top 3. Indeed, it does. Frederick Volner with a 0 buoy count at 12 meters currently holds the pole position right now, followed by Mikolau Natenko, who's currently in 2nd place for Ukraine, and Gabriel Bruto with his score of a 2.5 on 13 meters currently holds on to 3rd spot. We've got a few more skiers to go. We'll see Franz Josef Stogginger, Emil Marmi, and Maximilian Zelensky to come, but before all of those, a competitor from a nation that we don't get to see an awful lot of in competitive skiing, the nation of Lithuania. It is Vincentas Ostras. Okay, so 55K, 16 meters for Vincentas Ostras. Okay, not bad effort there on the opening pass. The Lithuanians are out in force here, getting behind their one and only athlete in the championship finals, Vincentas Ostras. Opening up with the 16-meter line. A little bit late through the entrance gates, though, but was conscious of not building up too much speed. All right, then, moving right along, we have got Vincentas Ostras from Lithuania. 14.25 meters. There's number 1 and number 2. Looking good for number 3 and number 4. Seems to have found a comfort zone out there with 14.25 meters. He'll now attack 13 meters, and we'll see if he can get through that run and maybe make an attempt on the 12 meters. Now, yesterday he scored 2 on the 12 meters, 3 on 12 meters. I beg your pardon. Only 3 other scores were any higher from that basis. The scores of Franz Josef Stogginger, who completed 5 on 12, Emil Mami with half on 11, and with 1.5 at 11.25 meters. The number 1 seed coming into this championship final in the under 14 boys slalom event is Maximilian Zielinski from Poland. Okay, a must-run pass here for Vincentas Ostras. A must-run from the point of view of taking the lead, and here he is. There's number 5. There's number 6, and there you go. That is the way that it should be run, 13 meters. So now... All right, so looking at Vincentas Ostras, now within a quarter of a buoy from taking the lead in this competition. He is now on 12 meters, but ideally he'll want something more than that as we take a look at Melatine Morel, who's made an appearance here on site and being hugged and consoled by a number of her good friends within the sport. Her face looks banged up, and so too does her left knee. But I'm sure that she will want to get back into a competitive action ASAP. And look at Vincentas go from number 1 through number 2, number 3, continuing on. Oh my word! Look at this, Vincentas Ostras getting round number 5. He's taken the lead in this competition, and he's blown the whole situation wide open. Could there be a first-time championship for the nation of Lithuania? We'll know within about the next 3 skiers, but so far so good for Vincentas Ostras. Nice turn on buoy number 2. That really set this pass in motion here. But then anxiety decided to rear its ugly head, getting round number 5 and getting round number 4 decently. And round number 5, he tried to bring the handle in very, very quickly, broke over at the waist and was about 2 foot inside number 6 by the time he got level with it. But it is a 5 buoy count. It is 2 buoys more than what he produced yesterday. So now he's thrown down the gauntlet. Okay, so Vincentas Ostras for Lithuania. Looking at the tail end of this instant replay as we bring in our next skier. This is Franz Josef Stockinger through 16 meters to open up his account here at the U14 Boys Championship of Europe. Looking at this, 16 meters should be an absolute chip shot for him. Franz Josef Stockinger. Franz Josef, who's scored 1,000 points in tricks so far as overall points are concerned, was less than 50 points away from getting the 1,000 points in the jump competition, and was less than 60 points away from doing the same with the slalom event. Now, in order for him to actually get the 1,000 points in the slalom event, he would need to score more than 1.5 on 11.25 meters, which is the current biggest score in this competition in the slalom event in the U14 boys. Franz Josef on 14.25 meters. Trying not to overload things here. And managing to get round all 6 there on 14.25 meters. Okay, 14.25 meters. We look at this once again. That ski certainly has a propensity for giving him maximum angle out of the end of the turn. He just needs to be ready for it. Like there. Off number 2 and number 3, I'm sure that he's taken quite a few hits, quite a few falls by not being ready to take that much angle on his 135 side turn. So Vincentas Ostras waiting to see if he has snagged himself a medal by being placed on the top 3 on the podium. This is Franz Josef Stockinger. A must run for his chances of making it on the podium. Oh, whoa! And that has just gifted Vincentas Ostras a place on the podium. How on earth do you... So he got to the wake. Now, did he fall before hitting the wake? That would be the difference between 5.5 and 6. Let's have a look at this once again, but Franz Josef Stockinger, just a really, really severe lapse in concentration there around 6-ball, which would ordinarily be a chip shot by being that early. Either that or he forgot to count. Getting round buoy number 6 and just try to execute the turn that would be normal for an 11.25 meter run, let alone 13 meters. We'll get the point. We'll get the buoy count very, very soon. But I mean, this pass looked pretty nice for much of the run, all but the 6 buoy. So 6 on 12 meters, which is exactly the same buoy count. 6 on 13 meters, I beg your pardon. 6 on 13 meters, which is the same buoy count as 0 on 12. So 6 on 13 meters from Franz Josef Stockinger. Now 6 on 13 is exactly the same buoy count as 0 on 12, but because he had the a better buoy count from the previous round, Josef Stockinger currently has the tie break between himself and Frederick Volnar, who has exactly the same buoy count. So let's have a look at the at whoever's in the lead. We got Vincentas Ostras with 5 on 12 ahead on 12, and there is the reaction there. Lithuania have themselves a medal. All right there, so Emil Marmy of France, our penultimate skier, coming in on 14.25 meters. A skier that skis over at the Monegasque Water Ski Federation's national training site in Roquebrune-Serrageon on a number of occasions. So Emil Marmy looking good with 14.25 meters, 6 on that one, and will continue to ski on to 13 meters. So Franz Josef Stockinger with 6 on 13 meters is currently on the bubble for a podium spot right now. He's currently in second spot, and only successive scores better than 6 on 13 meters will deny him a spot on the podium in the slalom event. Now, in amongst all of that, Vincentas Ostras is currently in the lead with 5 on 12 meters and will finish no worse than third. But he's currently in the lead right now, so dare to dream so far as Lithuania is concerned. So some reaction there from Franz Josef Stockinger, who is currently on the podium, but may not be for too much longer. So Emil Marmy, 6 on 13 meters, 6 on 13 meters. That means that he's currently in second spot right now, but because he has a better backup score, he is actually technically outright second spot, Emil Marmy, with the potential of going higher if he can get past number 5 on the next pass. The next pass being 12 meters. So Emil Marmy in outright second spot right now even though his current score is 6 on 13 meters, currently tying with Franz Josef Stogginger. He is in front due to tiebreaker. So Franz Josef Stogginger with 6 on 13 meters, that has been superseded with the same buoy count as from Emil Marmy. But now let's see if he can move ahead. He's good for number 1 and number 2. Vincentas Ostras is continuing to look out towards the lake to see if Emil Marmy can get past number 5 and round number 6. So Emil Marmy currently has now snatched the lead away and will finish no worse than second. Vincentas Ostras, currently in second, will finish no worse than third. So Emil Marmy getting through the 12-meter line, 6 on 12, will continue to ski into 11. So a lot of moving parts going on right now. Emil Marmy, member of the U14 French team, so looking to try and gain some more points from the team classification is concerned. After last night, the French, who are currently way down the list, they are in 8th place in the overall team competition. Okay, let's see how far he can get down this run. Emil Marmy. There's number 1. There's number 2. Can he make a play on number 3? But he'll settle on 2. It's the best score of this competition, and that has significance because what that does is it takes the best score away from Maximilian Zelensky. It's the best score in this competition on 2 on 11.25 meters. So some great skiing there that we've seen so far. Now currently in the lead is Emil Marmy with 2 on 11.25 meters, guaranteeing him at least second spot. Vincentas Ostras with his total of 5 on 12 guarantees himself a medal with a positional finish no worse than third. And now we're on to our final competitor in the U14 Boys Slalom Championship of Europe. And here's some reaction here from the French after seeing their guy get through 12 meters just a few moments ago, and then went on to score 2 on 11.25 meters. So Emil Marmy, who currently has the pole position now with 1 skier remaining. That 1 skier remaining is a skier from Poland. 14.25 meter start for Maximilian Zelensky. So there we go, Maximilian Zelensky, who still has the 1,000 points for best overall score, because he has the best slalom score among those that choose to compete in all 3 events. Now, this is it so far as this is almost the only opportunity that he has, a save for the jump event, to move up into overall contention. He is currently about 65 overall points, give and take, from getting 5th place overall and leapfrogging Paul Schnogel. And then another 29 points are needed out of him to usurp Frederick Volnar in the overall competition as well. So there's a lot to play for here. Maximilian Zielinski. Here comes Maximilian Zielinski. He's gone through 14 now. This is 13. Getting in a little bit deep off number 1 there. There's a longish pull into number 3. Just allowing the ski to roll naturally from one side to the next. A little bit of a bump there around number 5, but managing to make it round number 6. So to get onto the podium, what does he need? Well, he needs... he's done enough to get on the podium because he's gotten 6 on 30 meters, but because he has the top score exceeding anyone else that has slalomed out of the elimination round, he has a superior backup on top of Franz Josef Stogginger with 6 on 30 meters, and the score from Frederick Volnar with 0 on 12 meters. So the podium positions kind of look like this for the moment. Emil Marmy from France with 2 at 11.25 meters. Vincentas Ostras with 5 on 12 meters. And now the skier on the water is Maximilian Zielinski. Maximilian Zielinski is on that podium. Now, how high does he climb? If he gets past 5, he'll vault into second. If he gets all the way through 12 and more than 2 buoys on 11, then he'll take the win. Here he comes. This is 12 meters. There's number 3. There's number 4. Can he make it outside number 5? Yes, he can. Can he make it? Oh, no! And he collapses on his way into number 6. And that means that represented France, your champion of Europe in the U14 boys slalom, is from France. His name is Emil Marmy. Let the celebration start. All right, so Maximilian Zielinski scores 5 on 12 meters, which means that puts him in second spot ahead of Vincentas Ostras because of superior backup score from the previous round. So what a thriller, folks. So the official word from the tower. Confirmed 5 for Maximilian Zielinski. So let's have a look at the podium positions. Emil Marmy, your champion of Europe in the U14 boys slalom event, ahead of Maximilian Zielinski and ahead of Vincentas Ostras. Just held on long enough to get 5. So there was your top 3, Emil Marmy, Maximilian Zielinski, and Vincentas Ostras. So, two countries that we don't ordinarily get to see an awful lot of on the podium, Poland and Lithuania, in the top three. And just long enough to establish skiing position off number 5 and through towards number 6 without getting the ski outside of the turning arc for number 6. And there, as you see, there is the leaderboard up on the screen. Emil Mami with 2 on 11.25 meters. Then we've got 2 tied scores between Maximilian Zielinski and Vincentas Ostras, with Maximilian having the superior backup score from the previous round. Franz Josef Stogginger, same situation, ahead of Frederick Volnar. Superior score from the previous round determines the positions there. Then Mykolaiw Natenko from Ukraine, ahead of Gabriel Bruto, ahead of Tobias Vasali, ahead of Paul Schnogel, ahead of Anatolia Nikolaos Anatopoulos. Then we got Kleb Schmolich. And then finally, Carl Arthur Anderson. All right. Any more excitement today? I think we'll definitely try to keep you entertained as Emil Mami continues on his celebrations. So, Emil Mami, we're about 10 minutes away from starting the under 17 boys tricking final. We'll have 12 skiers in that competition. The French continuing to celebrate. Emil Mami, your champion of Europe in the U14 boys slalom. And when we return, we will contest the U17 boys trick final. The Championship of Europe continues on right after this.
At Dana Marine, we make complex maritime operations safer, smarter, and more resilient. From marine assurance and emissions compliance to professional training and operational risk management, we combine engineering expertise, digital innovation, and global experience. Dana Marine.
Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Brian. How can I help you? Yeah, Will. Can I let him know who's calling? All right, just a second. Will, I got a fill for you.
Perfect. Give me just 1 second. All right, hit it. Thanks for holding. This is Will. Hey, how's it going? Good.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat, a place where that summer feeling lasts all year long, a place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers, a place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
All right, then, welcome back as we contest the Championship of Europe among our U14 and U17 competitors. All right, then, we've had a quick look at the schedule. Now let's have a look at the leaderboard from the previously hosted event, which is U14 Boys Slalom, and Emil Mami taking the victory there with 211.25 meters ahead of Maximilian Zielinski and Vincentas Ostras. There is your podium positions, 1 through 3, followed by Stockinger and the rest on the podium. All right, there we've got U17 boys trick-in final about to take place in a few short minutes. Here in the boat, and then there we see the reaction there from Emil Mami. There you go, unbridled joy right there. Quite aggressive hugging, I do have to say. All right then, so now we go on to U17 boys trick final for the Championship of Europe. Then we've got Sander Thiel Grombeck to open things up, followed by Alice Poliador. Then Leonard Martinov, Philippos Silvestros, then Lars Kuhner, Ettore Serefrica, Fyodor Ivano, Aurel Garcia, Harley Costa, Yanis Konstantinos, Ivan Zaletsov, and Mikhail Mikhailchenko. Okay, so the mom of Mami giving his son a big old hug. A reminder there to subscribe to the TWVC YouTube channel, as I'm sure you've already done so already, but still looking for a few more subscribers to get as close to 17,000 subscribers before we leave this part of the world and head back to the Americas to produce and webcast a number of events, such as the Lake 38 Pro, the Mastercraft Pro, and also the Travers Grand Prix. All of those events as part of the the Water Ski Pro Tour. U17 Boys Tricking Championship of Europe about to start in a few moments. We have 12 skiers lined up for you. Now, so far as the boys overall is concerned, a lot can change within the space of a few minutes, especially where it pertains to the tricks event. There's about a 300-point differential between Mikhailichenko and Ivan Zaletsov. And there is about a 20-point differential between Ivan Zaletsov and Yannis Kosoftanos. About 20, a little under 23 or so points separating those two. And then there's a wider gap between Yannis Kosoftanos and Harley Costa. Now, all four of those competitors are through to the to all three event finals, so a lot can change with improved scores based upon their originally produced scores in the elimination rounds. Sander Till Krombeck. The tricking finals start now. Toe 5 back, toe back-to-backs. Keeping the toe foot close to the standing leg. Sander Till Grombeck of Denmark. Toe into wrap. And I don't know whether he fell as a result of that initial trick or the one afterwards, but decent skiing as he gets the job done with the toe pass. The only skier to have made it through to the final tricking less than 4,000 points. He tricked 35-20 in that vein in the previously hosted preliminary round competition. So looking at this, looking splendid with this run. And, the boat has just picked him up and will be brought down towards the east end. A recently instituted rule or protocol or procedure means that if a skier falls, then that skier is plucked up out of the water and then rapidly transported towards the drop zone at the far side of the trekking course, and then from there the skier can change ski, can change ropes, can change boat speed, can do a lot of things. All right, for those of you that are just woken up on your side of the world, thank you for doing so, and thank you for tuning in to this, the live broadcast of the 2026 IWWF Europe and Africa Youth Championships. All right, here we go now. This is, oh, whoa, big flip there, huge height. And that one too, and he just managing to find the sweet spot on the top of the wake to just absolutely launch himself up high. I mean, those flips were like Sammy Duval era type moves there, where trick skis weren't nearly as built as sturdy enough to take the kind of pounding and so Sander Till Grombeck Waco, and then edging in towards the wake. Boom. That kind of height off the top of the wake is best suited for skiers that were about 6'5" or higher. But throwing the second flip just a little bit too high again, and just taking a big old shot there with each of the landings, and unfortunately unable to continue on beyond that point. He's our first skier off the dock, and we'll now move on to a skier who's been battling a shoulder injury that has prevented him from being a part of the jump elimination round, and is also the slalom event as well hasn't gone particularly well for our next competitor. It is Ales Poliador from Czechia. Now we'll try and get you the point scores as quickly as we can. Trying to hold the toe foot as close to standing leg as possible, and try to minimize the amount of pull that is required to get the event to get the trick spun. Toe wake line back to back towards the end, and our second skier on the water doing a remarkable job, considering how much he's been taped up and how much that he's been strapped down with that support on the shoulders. So just looking at this performance from Ales Poliador, grabbing onto the line for the toe wake-o. Toe wake line back, looked pretty neat as well. Then toe wake back, and then positioned himself nicely for the toe wake line back to back, and he is able to ski his way out of that situation before taking the fall out the back. So Ales Poliador. There we've got the flag of the Czech Republic, otherwise known as Czechia. All right, they're waiting patiently before they bring in Ales Poliador into the course. I don't know how he's able to trick with that left arm being strapped down. He obviously popped his shoulder within the last few days prior to this event. So just trying to keep it tied down and not allow for it to be popped out again. At least not during this competition. Here he comes. This is Ales Poliador. Ski line back. There's wake back to back. Oh, and wake 5 front. I don't know what happened there. Looked like he threw the handle round and he just couldn't grab it at the right time. Maybe the shoulder strapping had something to do with the fact that he wasn't 100% fluid or flexible enough to make it happen. Wake back to back and wake back to back, splendidly produced. Surface back to backs. Now he goes in for the 5 front, and he grabbed onto the handle, but he just like pitched it away again, and that caused him to fall before he went into his flip sequence, which was the next set of tricks. So that is the performance there of Alice Poliador. We'll now move on from Czechia to Ukraine. It'll be Leonard Martinov coming up next. All right, here we go, folks. This now is Leonard Martinov, who comes to us out of Dnipro in Ukraine. Set himself up for 31K. He's quite a big lad here. Ski line back, positions to the front. Surface back-to-back, weight back-to-back. And the 5 front, and he was looking to get ready for the flip sequence, which was to come about 2 tricks or so afterwards. So he'll lose that trick and then the tricks that were subsequently in his program to come afterwards. So there we go. That is Leonard Martinov of Ukraine. Now I'm a member of the Ukrainian national team. Let's have a look and see where they stand right now in the team results after the prelims. Ukraine currently in the lead in the team of U17 team classification. 4 members of that team, including Leonard, he has help from Ivan Zaletsov. And looks like we got a score coming in with a 28:30, 2,830 for Sander Till Grumbeck. So there you see on the screen the parents of Emil Marmy, who've just seen their son ski himself to victory in the U14 Boys Slalom Championship of Europe. So Sander Till Grumbeck, we got the score there for him, 28:30. Would be under a video review according to their to the results. And Alice Poliador, we await his score to come through as well. After Leonard, we go on to Greece's Philippos Silvestris, then Lars Kuna, then Itori Serafrica, then Fyodor Ivanov, Aurel Garcia, Harley Costa, Yanis Kosoftanos, Ivan Zaletsov, and Mikhailchenko. And he's looking to actually repeat his actually he's going to go with toes this time around. Leonard Martinov, toe 5 back, toe back to back, toe back to back, toe wake back and toe wake front, toe back and toe front, keeping the toe foot close to the standing leg as he turns in for the toe into wrap, and on the recovery He takes a fall there, but that shouldn't affect the team overall and the chances for the Ukrainian team to take victory in that event. But it's certainly harmed any chance that Leonard had of placing himself towards the high echelon of European U17 boys tricking. So that is Leonard Martinov. So Ales Poliador 2970, 2,970 for Ales Poliador. Both of our initial two scores way below par for their respective skiers, for Sander, Til Grumbeck and Ales Poliador. And I would imagine that the score for Leonard Martinov is also going to be way too low to be satisfied with. Okay, so the Greek contingent should be on their feet around about now, because Philippos Silvestris from Greece is about to take to the water. Philippos Silvestris. All right, they're moving upwards and forwards. This is the U26 IWWF Europe and Africa Youth Championships coming to you live from Agrinio in Greece. Not too far outside the modern city centre of Agrinio. As we see our officials working their way with the scoring, with Leonard Martinov, no doubt. Okay, here comes Philippos Silvestrius. Again, a nice little ripple of applause as he comes into the arena area. 27.4 kilometers an hour, 25% ballast with toe tricks, toe wake back to back, toe wake back to back reverse, keeping the toe foot close to the standing leg, so he doesn't have to pull nearly as hard or nearly as long to execute these moves. Yeah, stands up all the way through, and that is a good start there for Greece's Philippos Silvestris. Starting off with the toe 5 back. Toe wake back to back, and it's reverse. Just sliding that ski around at the last part of that maneuver. Grabbing on with the rope prior to getting that toe wake-o, and getting that ski cleanly over the line for the toe wake line back, and he's got a couple of side slides to end off with. So grateful that he's able to get through the that pass. He qualified to ski in these finals, having tricked 46.30. So on the dock side, getting ready for our next competitor. It will be Lars Kuhner from Germany. So Philippos Silvestrius, who's currently in 10th place overall right now, can move up a little bit higher, provided that he tricks a little bit more wake line O. Let's see how he continues to move here. Foot in the back binding. Keeping the line very, very tight to the body. There's the wake 5 front. Here are the flips. Nails the first one. There's the second. Goes for some spins on the outside the wake, and there you go. 2 stand-up runs there for Philippos Silvestrius. So we'll have a look at the second and final 20-second pass. He started off with the wake line O, proving that there's still a place for step tricks. So 2,030 points there for Leonard Martin off 2,030 points, currently putting him in third after 3 skiers. Okay, so 2 stand-up runs there for Philippos Silvestrius. Just going through one trick at a time, just making sure that each one was correctly performed. No wasted energy there on that particular run. As we now bring on Lars Kuhner from Germany. So we take a look at the reservoir and of the main arena portion of the site here at Agrinio, the home of the Hellenic Water Ski Federation. So Lars Kuhner, who trains over at Jolly Ski, the home of the San Gervasio Pro-Am. Look forward to that event being reinstated next season as we have a look and see Lars Kuhner. Wake 5 front to the back, wake 5 front. Oh, and unable to get the handle where he needed it to be in order to execute that trick well enough to ride it out. And he still had some flips to come now. Now, obviously, a little bit of anxiety grows and is present for a lot of these trick performers, but it's starting to really affect some of our performers, especially those that have a whole bunch of flips ready to go. And just working his way through there with the 5 front, and he does positional to the back and does the 5 front reverse and just plain flat out dropping the handle. So dropping the handle, unable to continue skiing from that point onwards, and would now have an opportunity for himself to do the second pass of tricks, tricking 51.70 in the previous round to make it through to this next round. From Germany, it is Lars Kuhner. Okay, Lars Kuhner now approaching the course one more time, currently in 9th place overall. Is about 15 points away from 8th place, currently occupied by Charlie Fern. Lars Kuhner tricked a little over 5,000 points to make it to this portion of the competition, but would get nowhere close to that point score this time around. So Lars Kuhner having that sinking feeling, unfortunately. So as he makes his way to the shore, we'll get ready for our remaining half dozen skiers, starting off with Ettore, South Africa. So representing Italia, Ettore, South Africa, who is the nephew of the longtime president of the Federazione Italiana Surfing, Sci Nautico and Wakeboard, Luciano, South Africa. I'm sure he's probably watching from a nice little location, probably Riccetto, the home of the Parco Nautico di Sesia, as I'm sure that a number of folks are also watching from that location, which is the home of the Riccetto Open, as well as last year hosting the Open World Water Ski Championships to great feedback and great aplomb. So here we go. This is Ettore, South Africa. Wake line 5 front. Setting himself up here, backing out of the initial attempt there to try it. Wake line O. Got a whole bunch of tricks here that he's going to try and throw. Wake 5 back, ski line back, ski Waco, Waco reverse. And no flips really to speak of, but the tricks that he has, he performs them very, very nicely indeed. So Ettore, who's currently lying in 7th place overall. would certainly appreciate a trick score in excess of 57.80. It was the trick score needed to make it through to this section of the competition, out to the elimination round. But if he gets over 57.80, then that will claw the gap between himself and Fyodor Ivano. Although the gap between them is currently exists of a little over 220 or so points. The difference between those two. There's a big drop off from 6 through to 7, but there aren't that many widening gaps from first through to 6. It's all very, very close in the boys overall in the U17s. So 38.20 for our next score coming out. Philippos Silvestris 38.20, 3,820. And that currently puts our Greek skier in the lead, 3,820 for Philippos Silvestris. Still waiting on the score for Lars Kuhne, and of course the total for Ettore Serafrica. So Ettore going through some positionals and warm-up tricks before he comes into the course. Toe wake back to back, and it's reverse. Toe 5 front. Slowly rotates out though. Toe wake O. Toe wake back. And falling towards the very end there, on a toe wake line back to back, but I reckon that score is going to be very, very close to the mark that he brought into this event with. So tricking 57.80 out of the previous round to make it to these finals. Ettore Serafrica. Now we've got 6 more skiers to go. We have Aurel Garcia, Harley Costa, Yanis Kosoftanos, Ivan Zeletsov, and Mikhail Mikhailchenko to come. But before those competitors, our sole athlete in the boys tricking final in U17 comes to us out of Belarus. The sole athlete from Belarus is Fyodor Ivanu. Just getting in a little bit deep there with the toe wake line back to back towards the very end there. So that was Ettore Serafrica. Doing some toes out of course there. That's Fyodor Ivanu. Toe 7 front, almost dunked it there on the toe 5 back. Here he goes with the toe 5 front though, he's still there. Taking a pause, just trying to settle his nerves there a little bit. Toe wake line O, toe wake line back. Does he go for the toe wake line back to back? Not quite, but he appears to be fortunate and grateful that he's able to stand up on that pass. So that is Fyodor Ivanu from Belarus. All right, so Fayadar able to get through pass number 1. We'll see if he can do likewise on pass number 2. Okay, moving on up into the arena stadium lake, as it were, here at Lake Stratos, or Stratos Lake, I should say, just outside of Grigno. This is Fayadar Ivanu, who's in 6th place overall and can move up higher, provided that he produces a bigger score than what he used to make it through to the finals with, which was 68.80. Almost biffing it on the wakes there with the ski line back, but look at him go. He's going with the flips. Going for the front flip. Oh, nicely landed. Nicely done there. That should be north of 7K if he gets everything in time. Just waiting on a few more scores to come in. All right, then. So we've recently pushed a point score of Lars, which is 1590. Lars Kuna with 1590. Ettore South Africa will be the next score that we'll know the point score for. So working his way from one wake to the next there. 500 points for each of those flips. The regular ones, flip twist to the back there, 750. And then the front flip, which is 800. The way that he performed it, wow. It's a remarkable, remarkable effort. That score should be enough to take the lead when you factor in all of the original scores that we've seen, including Ettore South Africa. A few of our folks taking a dip. This is pretty cool water here. It feeds the local agriculture and surrounding cities, situated right next to a reservoir. All right, skier on the water is Aurel Garcia, currently in 10th place overall. Aurel Garcia now. Look at him go from trick to trick there. Toe wake line back, couple of toe sides. Aurel Garcia knocking that pass out of the stratosphere there, and looking good. And Aurel Garcia, the brother of the current European Open men's trick champion, and that is Axel Garcia, who won that title about less than a month ago now, or just over a month ago, over in the Republic of Georgia, in the port city of Poti. And Aurel Garcia showing elements of his brother's expertise out there, going from one trick to the next. Okay, and so that is the Achilles River that feeds this Stratos Lake facility. And at the opposite end of the Stratos Lake, you'll find the entrance that will take you into the reservoir itself. So we have multiple water sources, and the water does move a little bit in and around Stratos Lake. That's why we don't have to put that much in terms of lake dye or anything like that, because in a still water environment, the weeds and stuff can have opportunity to grow. Whereas in this environment, because the water flows, albeit a little bit of a trickle, the opposite is the same. The opposite is the case. Ski line back. Mow back to back. Mow back to back reverse. 800 points apiece. There's another 800. There's another 800 for 3,020 points. Ah, look at that. Half jack. Ski line O, and brilliantly executed there. He is in with a chance. So tricking 7,300 points to make it into this section of the competition. And he could move up in overall, provided that he tricks a little bit more than what he did before. And like I said earlier, there's a little bit of a drop-off between fourth and fifth overall, but maybe if he was to trick closer to 9,000 points, that could change the whole narrative going forward. And those front flips were just out of this world. Boom. And that half jack. One-handed landing. Ski line O. Then stood up his run and looking on full-on beast mode with that particular run. All right, then. So we've got the Union flags starting to fly and getting ready to receive Harley Costa. Harley Costa, who qualified for this tricking championship final, having gone 73.90. So we're waiting some trick scores to be received. One of them is Ettore Serafrica. We'll let you know what that point score is in just a moment. But here we go. This is Harley Costa. Double wake 180 before positioning in for the first of his flips. Now here is the remainder of them. Flip twist to the back. Flip twist to the back, reverse. Now dropping the boat speed and getting set up there for the high revolution spins. There you go, standing up all the way through his handle pass. That is Harley Costa. So looking at these tricks there, unusually doing a double wake 180. Doesn't score any more points than a regular wake 180, but it does help him with his rhythm, as we see the point score from Ettore, South Africa, with 57-10, currently putting him in the lead, but 70 points less than what he did in the elimination round action a day or two ago. So Harley Costa holding it all together, including that wake 5 front and the wake 5 back, bouncing around from one trick to the next and looking really, really nice there with that opening pass. Now, where does he place in the overall competition? Well, currently Harley Costa's in 4th place overall. He is about 130 or so points away from 3rd place overall, but it's certainly doable with the events that he has remaining, namely the slalom and the boys jump final. So doesn't have to make up all of the points deficits between himself and Giannis Kosophanos. But doesn't have to do it all at once, though. He can spread the clawing back of the points between all 3 events, should he so choose. Here he comes, Harley Costa. Toe in, toe out, toe Waco, toe. Ah, look at this from Harley Costa, stand up on both runs. He's not going to lay down without a fight. That much I can tell you. All right, so looking at these toe tricks here from Harley Costa, toe wake back-to-back reverse. Then he does the surface toe back-to-backs as he winds on here for the toe 5 front. Continuing to keep that toe foot very, very close to standing leg for speed and for stability. Toe wake O, then toe wake line back. Then a toe 180 to the front, and a back and a front there. Just some fillers towards the end, and some wonderful trick in there from Harley Costa. Looks like we got some point scores. We have an amended score. Ettore, South Africa with 56.50, and Fyodor Ivanu with 66.10, 6,610 for Fyodor Ivanu. Now we're going down to our 3rd from last skier to take to water, and you can guess where he's from. It is Giannis Kosophanos, making his bid for a championship medal in the boys 17 Championship of Europe. But would like to win here as well. Toe wake back-to-back, toe wake back-to-back reverse. Toe 5 front, toe O out, toe O straight back in, toe wake O. Oh, and he goes down on the toe wake O. So now he's going to have a level of expectation on his shoulders that is certainly going to be weighty. as he swims into the back of the boat, and now he's got to go from beginning to end all the way through with the tricks that he has planned with the handle pass, which will be laden with flips, and he's got to go quickly as well to get them all in. All right, then. So our Greek supporters along the shoreline giving their best to every single skier that is affiliated with them. We're waiting on some more scores to be delivered. We've already had an amended score courtesy of Itore, South Africa, with his second place score so far with 56.50. Fyodor Ivano with 66.10. Now it has to be pointed out that none of the scores that we received so far are improvements upon the first round scores. However, having said that, and it was just in time for me to say that, is a score of 77.70 for Aurel Garcia, 7,770 points. Now, what does that do to the overall situation, we wonder? So Aurel Garcia, I'm looking at the overall picture, and that closes the gap between himself and Harley Costa between 4th and 5th overall. So here he comes. Boom, that is Ioannis Konstantinos, and now he's gonna go for the half jack. He's gonna go for the flips, flip twist back. He's gonna go try the super move, and he gets caught up a little bit there towards the end. Yes, gets the pass in. But how many of those tricks are going to be counted for Ioannis Konstantinos? He certainly comes through in the clutch with the second pass. But is that going to be enough to put him on the podium? Really needed to trick a little bit more than the point score that he brought in of 74.70. Flip twist to the back there was 750 points. Flip twist to the front, 550, 1,300 for both of those. So rushing to get all the tricks in that he wanted to, and it may actually turn out that he's tricked more than 74.70. That just all depends on how much of the second pass is counted. So now our next skier coming to us courtesy of Ukraine. It is Ivan Zaletsov. Some reaction there from his father, Ioannis Konstantinos. And his father is left terrace, and a little bit of a celebration there. He's just trying to stay restrained. And let's have a look and see what Ivan Zaletsov, who got himself back into overall championship contention on the strength of his jump that he took yesterday after all of the shenanigans that surrounded his original effort. He took a mandatory re-ride which also included a warm-up jump. Tricked. He jumped 50.1 meters to keep him in the lead in the jump event and a strong contender in the overall, not the least of which this tricking performance here with the toe wake line back-to-back and its reverse. Oh, look at that. That is Ivan Zaletsov on the podium in the U17 World Water Ski Championships that occurred towards the latter part of March, the early part of April, and a part of that 1-2 punch there from Ukraine in those championships in that particular event. The champion of the world is lying at dockside right now, getting ready for his go. But I'm sure that he'll keep an ear open for whatever cheers and screams and shouts and what have you are communicated towards him. So whilst Ivan Zaletsov switches out from one ski to another, we'll take a look at some of the reaction here from Yanis Kosathanos. Yanis himself, and he just realizes the situation right now could well be out of his reach in regards to the overall competition. But we still have to wait for the score to come through for Yanis Kosathanos, and like I said, it could end up being very, very close in terms of the point score that he produced earlier in the competition in the elimination round. Still waiting on Harley Costa beforehand. Aurel Garcia still in the lead with 7,770 points. Ivan Zaletsov, look at him throw down with the front flips from one side to the next. He is just highly aggressive here with these tricks. Bouncing off the wakes, ski line O, ski line back to back, ski line back. Yes, there you go. That is Ivan Zaletsov for you. Tricking north of 9,900 points to set himself up with a new personal best in the earlier part of the competition. Tricked over 9,500 points to set himself a new personal best at the U17 World Championships. So he's been on an upward trajectory in this event. Never mind the remaining two. So from my perspective, it seems that anything tricked higher than 77.70 could well put that person on the podium. But it's highly speculative right now because we still don't have all of the information or all of the trick scores that were outstanding. Okay, we got a point score for Harley Costa, 6,730. Good enough for second place right now, but not good enough to see him move up any higher in the overall competition because he had already tricked a higher point score in the preliminary round. So he's someone that's going to be dependent upon the remaining 2 events that he'll be involved with in this championship. Now, the Championship of Europe in the U17 boys tricks could well be determined within the next few seconds, because the skier on the water is the current world champion. This is Mikolajchenko, who tricked a PB of over 11,000 points in the previously held elimination round. Toe wake back to back, toe wake back to back reverse, surface toe back to backs, toe 5 front, toe out, toe back in, toe wake O, toe wake line O, toe wake line back, toe wake line back to back, toe wake line back to back reverse, spins to the front, toe wake line 5 back, look at him go, toe wake front, and there you go, pretty much par for the course there for Mikolajchenko. Mikolajchenko, who is currently 290 or so points ahead of Ivan Zaletsov in the overall competition. We're still waiting on a point scored there for Yanis Konsaftanos. Just looking at these tricks right now, just looking as safe as houses here, keeping full control over that toe strap. Good lift, good elevation there from Mikolajchenko. He's been working extremely hard to continue to be consistent there. Was late there with the stability with the toe wake line back to back, the initial one, before he went into the reverse, and then he positioned himself for a toe wake line 5 back. One of the more dynamic toe tricks that you'll ever see as Ivan Zaletsov climbs out away from the starting dock, and we'll wait to hear what his point score is, and also that too of Yanis Konsaftanos. So it looks like there will be a considerable amount of time that will be expended to make sure that the scores are accurate from an official point of view. So now, for the championship in U17 boys tricks, now this is Mikolajchenko. Mo back-to-back, nails that one. Mo back-to-back reverse. Half jack. Flip twist back reverse, regular backflip, ski line 5 back, ski line back to back. What has he got remaining? Ski line O. Does he have anything else? Wake 5 front, and there you go! Mikolajchenko. The current world champion, and for good reason. Standing adjacent to the dock there. And he probably knows, Ivan Zaletsov probably knows that he's probably had the measure of him weighed, and he's been weighed, he's been measured. He's been found to be a little bit wanting, at least compared to what Mikolajchenko was able to produce out there on the water. Tremendous action here from one side of the wake to the other. Good elevation where it was needed. Good continuity with the spins where it was needed as well. It got a little bit bogged down there with those two tricks, but he settled himself over a split second. Ski line O towards the end, positional to the back. Wake 5 front. probably one of the smoothest wake 5 fronts you'll ever see. So there you go, Mikolauchenko. There is Ivan Zaletsov, our previous skier, and we'll try and get you some point scores. Oh, whoa. Hang on a second. Hold the phone. 74.70. Wouldn't you know it? Exactly the same as what he produced in the previously held Elimination Round Series, which means we're down to the final 2 events. Which means that Aurel Garcia, who is in the lead with the final 2 scores yet to be revealed, has put himself on the podium having scored 7,770 points. Now, bear in mind that there's still that 30-minute review period after all the trick sheets have been taken care of and given to the skiers and the coaches and what have you for their inspection. So it might not be totally done and dusted quite yet. So Aurel Garcia is currently in the lead. Yanis Konsathanos, seeing any chance of him being on the podium evaporate with the 2 scores, the 2 impending scores from Ivan Zaletsov and Mikolauchenko. We anticipate a score of north of 9,000 for Ivan and north of 11,000 for Mikolauchenko. So it's going to take a few minutes, and whilst we take that time, so we've got a few minutes to kill between now and the next event, which is going to be the U14 girls tricking final. 12 skiers in that final, and then we'll have the U14 boys jump final, and then the U17 girls jump final. Those are the remaining events that we have coming through today. And whilst we wait for the scores, I'll keep refreshing the results and see if that does that any quicker. Okay, point score about to come through. Ivan Zaletsov. I told you it was north of 9, and it is 92.10. 92.10, which means that Ivan Zaletsov is your new leader, will finish no worse than second. Aurel Garcia in second will finish no worse than third. And Yanis Konsathanos hanging on by a thread in third place right now. So we're now just waiting on one final score. Now, so far as Ivan Zaletsov is concerned in regards to overall, that doesn't do much for him, unfortunately. So Ivan Zaletsov, his score was not north of 9, but not any higher than what he produced earlier, where he tricked 99.80. So not clawing any gap that exists between himself and Mikolauchenko. So once again, these point scores are by no means official until we go through that 30-minute period of time. Okay, so the current world champion, Mikhailichenko, in the U17 World Championship that was held in Argentina this past spring. So to determine the championship of Europe in the U17 boys trick-in competition. Ivan Zaletsov in first and will finish no worse than second. Aurel Garcia in second will finish no worse than third. So we're just keeping tabs with the situation right now. Just F5 in the scoring website. For those of you, F5 is the shortcut key on the function portion of the keyboard which refreshes a web page. Give it a try if you don't already know. So our friends from Ukraine huddling over the phone. All right, then we've got a provisional score coming through. It's up on. It's going to be up on your screen. 10,510 points. Your champion of Europe in the boys' tricking competition is Mikhailichenko. 10,510 points. 10,510. Here is your provisional podium prior to the official scores being released after the half-hour period of inspection. Your provisional champion, Mikhailichenko, Ivan Zaletsov in second, and Aurel Garcia in third with his point score of 7,770 points. The only person in the top three to have had significant improvement upon their trick scores based upon the previous round. So leaderboard, Mikhailichenko 10,510, Ivan Zaletsov with 92.10, and in third place Aurel Garcia with 7,770, and the names read from there: Kosathanos, Costa, Ivanu, South Africa, Silvestris, Poliador, Teal Grombeck, Martinov, and Kuna. All right there, so we are done with half of the events that we've had slated for today. We'll go on to the Under-14 Girls Tricks Championship of Europe. I'm Tony Lightfoot. This is the continuing coverage of the 2026 IWWF Europe and Africa Youth Championships. And when we return, all right, here's our start list for the U14 girls tricking final. Katrina Kusarova will be our leadoff skier, followed by Ella Lamy in second off the dock. Then we have Lara Cosgrove, Katrina Wienerreuter, Sarah Schuster, Electra Toima, Julia Boyka, Tia Ballon, Karina Bonadariva, Emily Bittman, Maria Vernikoskaya, and Sophie Vesala. All right there, so we've gone through the list of trickers, so let's get tricking. All right there, moving right along, we go on to our next event, which is the U14 Girls Trick Final. Katrina Kusarova, who tricked 2160 points yesterday for Czechia, and gets ready to make an impact here with the finals. Wake back to back and tries the reverse, and nothing was doing there with that particular attempt, so she'll get ready for the second and final 20-second run from Czechia. It is Katrina Kusarova. All right there, so Katrina Kusarova getting some encouragement along the way as she gets ready for the toe tricks that will constitute the bulk of her points on pass number 2. Katrina Kusarova of Czechia. Okay, here we go, folks. Katrina Kusarova. Toe and toe slides. Toe wake back and toe wake front, and looking a little bit out of sorts here with some of her balance maneuvers here. Toe back to back there, and just trying to hold everything long enough before she goes into the line tricks And Katerina Kusarova blows a kiss to her supporters along the shore side. From Czechia, it's Katerina Kusarova. All right, Katerina Kusarova getting the job done with pass number 2. Didn't quite have everything locked down after pass number 1. As we get ready to bring on Ella Lami from Finland. Ella Lami from Finland. Okay, this is Ella Lami. Looks like she's going to try the toe 7 front or the toe 5 back. Toe 7 front. Toe 5 back and toe back-to-backs on the surface. Let's see if she has something along the lines of a toe wako, which she does. Toe wake back and the toe front, a couple of toe sides. And there you go. That's a run for you. Probably one of our younger skiers in this final. And doing a fine job and staying competitive with skiers that are a lot older than her. Toe surface turns, correctly spun, good revolution, good consistency all the way from start to finish. Just making sure that she got the right amount of pull and the right amount of advancement towards the boat before she went in for the Toho wrap-in. All right then, I'm having a little bit of trouble seeing around the towboat for Ella Lami before she makes her way back into the course. A wako, a nice high tempo start there for Ella Lami. Wake back to back, and here's the reverse. Wake back, positional to the front. Oh, nice 360-degree spin there. That would be regarded as a surface O, because she isn't using the step to actually facilitate the completion of the trick on its authentic effort. So let's have a look. Let's highlight that trick a little bit. It's a 360-degree spin. It involves what approximates itself to be a step, but it's actually a wrap-in maneuver, so that the skier involved can actually spin with the wake line O. These are surface back-to-backs, then she maneuvers herself towards the top of the wake for a 360-degree spin back-to-back. And then she goes to the front. And I don't know whether that's going to be regarded as a 180 to the front or a continuation of a 360-degree spin, but whatever it is, it's definitely noteworthy, and just provides us with an ample opportunity to say that there is still, in this day and age of flips and ski lines, there is still a place for line tricks in amongst all of that shenanigans. Okay, Ella Lamy, that was. We also had Katrina Kusarova, whom we've just seen ski not too long ago, and she scored at 2170, 2,170. All right, we have Lara Cosgrove now. Lara Cosgrove, who's currently lining 8th overall, but there is plenty of opportunity for her to raise her game here and maybe finish up towards the high echelons in the overall competition, provided that she gets through both 22nd runs. Waco, wake back-to-back, wake back-to-back reverse, surface back-to-back. There we go, wake line back, line front, line back, and the wake line front. Surface 5 back, surface 5 front. Yeah, spun in and out beautifully there. Good rotation, good continuation from either back to front or front to back with each of those 540-degree spins. So we're just looking at this, the opening move, which is a Waco, which probably indicates that the pace in which these tricks are being produced are pretty high intensity, high tempo. So looking at this, looking at the potential for tricking scores. Lara Cosgrove currently with 570 overall points on the basis of her tricking scoring. Now she can get a little bit higher in terms of points scored, then that will translate to to a better overall total going forward. That is in respect to the under 14 girls overall, which currently has Emily Bittman in the lead, with about 100 or so overall points ahead of Maria Vernikowskaya and Katerina Wienerreuter. The U14 team overall shows Austria in the lead, and for good reason. Toe 5 back, toe back to back. Just trying to stand up here. The name of the game here is to try and increase her point score, and she can only do that by not falling. That's Lara Cosgrove. We'll get to see what improvement she makes. 50 points separates her from Karina Bonadareva. That is the difference between the 7th and 8th. Then another 2 points separates 6th and 7th. And then about 170 or so odd points separates 5th and 6th in the overall category. Toe 5 back. And going through the bog standard toe holder sequence. Then she just waits up on the pole there for the toe back to back, and then goes there for the toe sides to come afterwards. And a toe wake back and the toe wake front. That should be it there for her. That should be about the last scoring trick that she produces within the 20 seconds of time. So we're pushing a score now as we see Katerina Wienerreuter approach the course. 33.10 for Ella Lamy. 33.10 for Ella Lamy. That's a significant improvement, over 1,000 points improvement. So Katerina Wienerreuter approaching the course here and now. Once again, that Waco is providing our skiers with a way to get some good points earlier on, and really starts the blood pumping a little bit there. Just winding it on from the first trick and continuing on there with the surface O and the surface O towards the end. That is Katerina Wienerreuter. Just in case you missed the score that just came through, the 33.10, that is about 1,100 or so point improvement, and if that applies to the overall competition, I'm not too sure whether she's actually eligible to ski in the overall competition, bearing in mind that you need to actually ski all 3 events to do so, but it's certainly a significant point total going along the way. Now, when you consider that yesterday the third place skier out of the elimination round scored 3,800 points, you realize how close Ella Lamy was in relation to that with the scoring in the final round, which is the championship round in the under 14 girls tricks event. This is the 2026 IWWF Europe and Africa Youth Water Ski Championships. This is Katerina Wienerreuter coming in on pass number 2. Toe toe back, toe front. Toe wake front. Trying to do some surface toe back-to-backs. And what does she have? Does she have a flip? Well, at least trying to maximize her time out on the water, or give her that. Katerina Wienerreuter of Austria. So as Katerina Wienerreuter has a little bit of play time towards the end, we'll now go on to Sarah Schuster from Slovakia. Sarah Schuster tricking 2470 points, 2,470 points. Here we go, Sarah Schuster. Waco, another one of those Waco starting moves there. There's the wake back-to-back and the wake back-to-back reverse. 5 front, 5 back. Line back and line front, preceded by positional to the front. And looking good here. That is Sarah Schuster. So still waiting, pushing the score out right now. Lara Cosgrove with 23.40. Lara Cosgrove 23.40. That gives her about 20 more points considering what she tricked yesterday of a 23.20. So she's still going to have to be reliant upon an improved scoring one of the remaining finals to vault her up a little bit higher. So looking at this once again, this is Sarah Schuster. Going through the step movements there with the line sequence, the step sequence on the outside the wake, where there's a smoother water and actually links in well with the wake line back and the wake line front. Sarah Schuster, toe O, toe wake back, toe wake front. Couple of toe sides here and there, toe back and toe front, reverse toe back and reverse toe front, positional to the toe back to back, surface O's here. Ah, nice. Nicely done. Well spun at the end there. That is Sarah Schuster from Slovakia. All right, so looking at Sarah Schuster once again, going through each of these tricks very, very quickly indeed, and that was why she had enough room at the end to do a couple of surface O's, some fillers towards the end, and that should give her an improved point score, one would say. So Elektra Toima from Greece. And an Elektra Toima from Greece. Oh, this is going to come down towards the end, folks, because Elektra Toima in the girls overall is about 150 or so points away from usurping Katrina Wienerreuter. If she can improve upon her point score from the previous round, then she could potentially move up into the top 3 in the overall competition. Elektra Toima. All right, then, so let's have a look and see. Elektra Toima needing to realistically trick more than 40 points to usurp Katrina Wienerreuter in the top 3 in the girls' overall competition. This is the U14 Girls Trick Championship of Europe. And getting a healthy dose of encouragement there from the Greek spectators along the shoreline here. So keeping that toe foot very, very close to the standing leg. And always worth pointing out that whenever it's done correctly, because with toe tricks, any slight bobble or any kind of irregular move is immediately punished. And if you can minimize that type of movement, then you're definitely going to serve yourself very, very well going forwards when it comes to learning new tricks and so on and so forth. So the point score coming through for Katrina Wienerreuter, it is a 23.90. 2,390. That puts her 50 points ahead of Izzy Cosgrove, of Lara Cosgrove, I should say. going through the step sequence here. Wake back to back, and it's reverse. Surface back to backs here. Wake 5 front into wrap there. Wake O. Wake back. Nice. That is Electra Toima from Greece. And if that is anything over 2,540 points, then she could vault herself ahead of Katrina Wienerreuter. There's about 185 overall points that separate Katerina from Electra Toima. So we're going to keep an eye on the overall battle in that portion of the event. So we've had 4 scores so far, and we have 2 scores in the clubhouse right now, yet unknown. And we've got another 6 skiers to go before we round off the event. So Toima, Electra Toima. Waiting on the score for Sarah Schuster. And Electra Toima before we go on to our next competitor, who should be Yunia Boyka from Belarus. Now Yunia Boyka is a little ways down the pecking order so far as the overall is concerned. She's currently in 6th place, but she can move up further if she tricks considerably better than what she did in the previous round with 26.40. Now we've got the score for Sarah Schuster. It is a 31.60. 31.60 for Sarah Schuster. Keeping everything in close control there, especially where it comes to the wake line tricks, which, much like toes, is very susceptible to irregular movements, and anything you can do to reduce those movements is definitely going to benefit you in the long run, or even in the short term as well. So that point score that is just flashed up on your screen is Sarah Schuster with a 31.60. That currently puts her in 2nd spot. Still out in the lead is Ella Lamy with her incredible score of a 33.10. Okay, here comes Yunia Boyka. Whoa, and falling on the toe wako. And that would probably almost certainly put her out of reach in terms of put the overall out of reach for her. She's currently in 6th place, but she needed some help, and she certainly could have used some more in terms of tricks. But unfortunately for Yunia Boyka, It certainly was not to be her day today, unfortunately. Just flung her way into the trick and unfortunately unable to get that trick. All right then, so from Unia Boyka, we now come down to our last five. Karina Bonadariva, Emily Bettman, Maria Vernikoskaya, and Sophie Vasela all feature, but our first skier before those five is going to be Tia Ballon. All right, then, this is Tia Ballon now. Looks like she's going to try a toe 7 front. No, actually, toe 5 back, I beg your pardon. Looks like she's going to do a toe surface back-to-backs. Reverse toe wake back. Toe into wrap, toe out. All right then, sensational looking pass. That is Tia Ballon, who was the first, who is the first skier to have tricked over 3,000 points in this section of the competition. Every other point score out of the elimination round has been north of 2K, but south of 3K. So we've got a fair few scores available to read out to you. So Electra Toima, 32.60, 32.60. And with 32.60, if we update the overall, so 32.60 there for Electra Toima, which is about nearly 700 points better, around about 700 points better than what she did in the previous round. And well, she hasn't surpassed Katrina Wienerreuter yet, but she is now within 8 points of Katrina Wienerreuter, so it's going to be a very, very close battle between Katrina Wienerreuter, who's currently in 3rd place overall, and Electra Toima, who is currently in 4th place overall. Only 8 points separate those two. Okay, so let's have a look and see what Tia Ballon has for us. All right, there, rapidly produced tricks from one to the other. There you go, some high tempo stuff there from Tia Ballon. Okay, just looking at these moves here from side to side and just really picked her speed and went with it. So we just had a score that was just published. It was 1,620 points for Junia Boyka. 1,620 points. We've got one score outstanding, and that is from Tia Ballon. Before we move into our final four, Karina Bonadariva. All right, then, here we go, folks. Next competitor up. This is Karina Bonadariva. Oh, getting in a little bit deep there with that fall, and Karina Bondareva from Ukraine suffering a fall towards the 3/4 mark of her performance there. Karina Bondareva, who performed yesterday and scored 38-30 for her effort. Looks like she's going to change out her ski. Skiers at this level have two trick skis, one longer than the other. The shorter ski is for toe tricks, the longer ski is for hands. The dimensions of a trick ski, the trick ski itself cannot be any more than 30% width compared to the length. And the trick ski itself must be a relatively smooth surface with no fins. All right, there we're just waiting on one outstanding score that should be available to us at any moment now. Ella Lamy is still out in the lead with 33-10. And if that is, and if that goes unchallenged for the next 2 or 3 skiers, then Tia could find herself then Ella could find herself unexpectedly on the podium. But we'll keep an eye on that. That is Karina Bondareva from Ukraine. Second and final 20-second run. This is for the Championship of Europe in the U14 girls. Wake line 5 front. Tapping her foot on the water, required element in line tricks. We've got to establish that contact at the end of each step and move. All right, good stuff there all the way through. Didn't quite get the first pass completely situated, granted, but the second pass looked pretty awesome. Okay, so we're pushing a score 2780, 2,780 for 4th place right now. That is for Tia Ballon. All right there, so we've got some remaining skiers on the starting list. Emily Bettman will be coming up next. And Emily Bettman is coming up next, who's currently in the lead in the individual overall in the girls. And is about 180 points above the next best competitor, who is Maria Vernikoskaya, who is the next tricker to come. And Emily Bettman is actually a cousin of Luca Rockenwald, from the information that was given to me a day or so ago. The roots of water skiing run deep amongst the Rockenwalds and spreading out to other members of the immediate family, as is the case for a lot of these competitors. I mean, you look at the likes of Tia Ballon. I mean, she's the daughter of Pierre Ballon and Clem Lucine. There's the Lamis as well, whom you see up there competing in the jump in various events around the world. And Lara Cosgrove has a sister in the form of Izzy Cosgrove, and Katerina Wiener Reuters there as well. All having very, very close connections with other members of their family who compete in the sport of tournament water skiing. And Emily Bettman getting through the opening pass of her tricks very, very nicely indeed. Getting a little bit of sun out there. That's our jump and slalom boat, and this is our trick boat right here. Okay, holding that toe foot very, very close to the body there. Toe wake back and toe front, and reverse toe wake back, a couple of toe sides. Toe in, toe out. Toe wake back to back. She's throwing everything and anything and everything out there towards the end and the kitchen sink. And I mean, she could put the overall championship to bed. I mean, provided that she tricks anything more than 38.40. But of course, let's keep an eye on the potential point score from Maria Vernikovskaya as well, because she's lying in second spot and not too far behind. Just looking a little ragged towards the end there, but she'd already looked to produce the kind of score that would help her exceed what she'd done a little bit earlier on in the competition, which is 38.40. Now Karina Bonadariva, her score is about to come up next. All right, then, so moving right along, our next skier from Belarus, our penultimate skier. This is Maria Vernikovskaya. Whomever has the lead past Emily Bettman will have a spot on the podium. Wake line O, line back and line front, wake line back, wake line front. Foot in the back binding now, bouncing across the wake there. There's the wake back-to-back, and it's reverse. Couple of back-to-backs, wake 5 front, wake 5 back, surface 5 front. Couple of side slides afterwards, a very, very rhythmically produced a run there. So 27.90, 2,790. And Ella Lamy still in the lead with 33.10. So a couple of things to mention. Karina Bonadariva with 27.90. That is 10 points more than Tia Ballon with 27.80. Now, let's also bear in mind that that Emily Bettman, who we just saw previously, tricked 38.40 in the previous round to make it here, and Maria Vernikovskaya has tricked 4,070. So those are going to be difficult totals for either of those two to actually increase upon. And in terms of overall, if you do want to make some movement up in the tricks, you could do it one or two ways. You can rely on someone to have the best score among the overall skiers in the tricks, and therefore it will dilute your scores in relation to that one down. But if you want to increase your overall score, then you need to increase your event score, and then tricks is generally regarded as one of the best places to do it. Still out in the lead is Ella Lamy with 33.10. And Ella Lamy has been in the lead for like the longest time. She's been in the lead for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 skiers. The lead has not been relinquished, and she could end up being on the outside looking in if the remaining 3 skiers all ski better than 33.10. Which may look to be the case right now based upon what I'm seeing right now. That is Maria Vernikovskaya. Nicely done. All the way through. That is Maria Vernikovskaya from Belarus. Okay, so the breakthrough score is anything more than 33.10 for our remaining 3 skiers in order to get to the podium. Emily Bettman, we just saw, who's in the clubhouse right now, not knowing what her score is quite yet, and so too will be sitting alongside her will be Maria Vernikovskaya. She has no clue about what she scored in this championship round, but I think we're going to get very close to finding out, because we're right at the very end. We've got our final skier about to take to the water, coming to us out of Czechia. It is Sophie Vesela. Okay, so 38.20, 38.20. New leader and podium finisher. All right now, so we've got Maria Vernikovskaya's score outstanding, and so too is this impending performance from Sofia Vesela. Wake 5 back. Wake back to back. That wake is steep. Look at that. You can hardly see a trick ski in the middle of the table there, but there's probably a good reason why. Nicely done there from Sofia Vesela from the nation of Czechia. So Emily Bittman, 38.20. That's 40 points short of what she did before, so she is not in a position to alter her overall standings. She would still be in first, but had she had tricked a little bit more, then she would have diluted the relative scores out of the tricks event, and would mean that she would have created a little bit more distance, not through getting any better of a score by herself, granted, but by making sure that the other scores in relation to hers were fall by the wayside. So just waiting on one more score in the clubhouse, and making her way towards that clubhouse as the last skier is Sophie Vasella, who tricked 43.70 in the previous round to make it here. This is the last of our tricking events for today. Then we're going to go on to the U14 boys jump final, and then the U17 girls jump final. Sophie Vasella, good knee bend there on that toe in, and well, that was actually a toe 5 front, but looking at the remaining points, there she goes. All right, let's go. Wow. Well, 2010 has called, and they want their vuvuzelas back. But I think that the folks from Czechia would want to keep them based upon the results that it's delivered. Just going from one trick to the next there. Toe O into wrap, then a toe wake O, and then she vaults up high, toe wake back. Reverse toe back, toe wake back to back. Does she go for the reverse? No, she doesn't need to. She does the side slides in one direction and the other. So now we're down to two scores remaining in the clubhouse right now. Now Maria Vernikashkaya could well close the gap between herself and Emily Bettman, provided that she tricks over 4,070 points. So we're just waiting for two scores to become available. So the boat has made its way back to the dock with our skier with the bib number 47. That is Sophie Vasella. Emily Bettman, the only person so far that has a confirmed position on the podium with two scores remaining. Waiting in the wings is Ella Lamy to see if her score is good enough for a podium position. She's currently in second place with 2 scores remaining, and she could get completely knocked off the podium with 2 scores that are above a 33.10. Okay, pushing a score, 37.90, 3,790 for Vernika Shkaya. That puts her on the podium. And now we've got one more score to come. Emily Bettman with a score, a leading score of 38.20, which is 30 points more. Emily Bettman's score is actually 38.30. So there's a 40-point differential between Karina Bonadariva, between Emily Bettman and Maria Vernika-Shkaya. So there is still that score of a 33.10 that is in third place right now, but will it stay there? The betting is it won't, but we have to make sure. So Emily Bettman with a 38.30, which is 10 points shy of what she produced yesterday to make it through to this final. Maria Vernika-Shkaya, her score of a 37.90 is also short of the 4,070 point score that she produced earlier. So there's no upward movement in overall position for Maria Vernika-Shkaya, at least not enough to claw the gap that exists between her and Emily Bettman. Okay, just eagerly awaiting this score. They are huddled around a phone right now, and they are F5 in the heck out of that browser. Or it would be more appropriate to do that on a laptop, but because most smartphones don't have an F5 key, or any key for that matter. Still showing the results are still showing that Emily Bettman is in the lead, but I would suspect that the point that lead is going to be relinquished very, very soon when we find out the results of Sophie Vasella. Here we are in Agrinio in Greece. This is the Under-14 Girls Championship of Europe in the Tricks event. All right, there. We are now pushing a score And the winner is going to be Emily Batman with 38.30. 38.30 is the winner because the last score that came through was Sophie Vasella with 34.40. So let's have a look at the provisional podium. So the score has come through for Sophie Vasella. It is 34.40, and ahead of her is Maria Vernikerskaya with 37.90, and Emily Batman, your champion of Europe in the U14 girls, with a 38.30. Emily Batman, there's your podium. Emily Batman from Austria in first, Belarus in second with Maria, and Sophie for Czechia in third. Emily Batman, your provisional podium finisher as champion, then Maria Vernikerskaya in second, then Sofia Vasella in third, and then you'll see Lamy, Toima, Schuster, Bonadariva, Ballon, Vina Reuter, Cosgrove, Kucherova, and Boyka. Now, the results themselves are not official because they still have to go through the scrutiny of the 30-minute period of review with the coaches and the skiers to see if there's anything missing or anything that it comes under the scrutiny of timing, so on and so forth. So whilst that happens, we will go on to the U14 boys jump final, and that will take place in the next few minutes. This is the 2026 IWWF E&A, the Europe and Africa European Youth Champions, and so we'll be back in a few minutes, so make sure you grab your favorite chair and beverage and get ready to watch some jumping in the U14 Boys Jump Final, the Championship of Europe for the U14 Boys Jump Final, coming up right after this.
It's well known that Canada has produced many of the best skiers the world has ever seen. Well, more and more skiers are coming to realize Canada's Shuswap Ski and Board is one of the world's best pro shops. They stock D3, Radar, HO, Connolly, Reflex, Masterline, Syndicate, Stokes, Camaro, S-Lines, Eagle, KD, Stealth, Pegosky, O'Neill, and back them with Shuswap Ski and Board's performance and fit guarantee. Check them out online at shuswapsnb.com.
At Houston Cadillac, at the moment you arrive, you will notice dedication to excellence. We deliver an unparalleled customer experience, and we're elevating our commitment with a new state-of-the-art facility. Explore our selection of new Cadillac cars, crossovers, and SUVs designed to meet your needs. We are redefining the luxury experience and investing in the future. Visit Houston Cadillac and begin your journey towards luxury.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure $1 million mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dellinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
My name is Thibaut Dalen and I'm the broker of Dalen Real Estate. And today I want to show you some of our special listings located in Florida's world famous water ski hotspots.
For over 20 years, because times are always changing, the men and women of DNCA have been invested in future-oriented solutions through active and flexible conviction management. Times change, values remain. Entrust your savings to an asset management firm to meet your long-term financial goals. DNCA, Maison d'épargne de valeur. Speak with your financial advisor.
The perfect holiday isn't a destination. It's a feeling. That's why we don't sell packages. We listen. We design. We create journeys as individual as you are. Marola Travel. Wherever you're going, we'll make it easy.
At Dana Marine, we make complex maritime operations safer, smarter, and more resilient. From marine assurance and emissions compliance to professional training and operational risk management, we combine engineering expertise, digital innovation, and global experience. Dana Marine.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
It's always summer at Shuswap Ski and Board isn't just a slogan. It's been a way of doing business for 30 years. Shuswap Ski and Board keeps more summer gear on hand than any other shop in Canada. More wake surfers, water skis and wakeboards, more wetsuits, ski and board vests, water toys, and tons of pickleball gear too. Not only Canada's best selection, but the guaranteed lowest prices as well. To discover more about one of the world's top pro shops, visit Shuswap Ski and Board online at ShuswapSNB.com. It's always summer at Shuswap Ski and Board isn't just a slogan. It's been a way of doing business for 30 years. Shuswap Ski and Board keeps more summer gear on hand than any other shop in Canada. More wake surfers, water skis and wakeboards, more wetsuits, ski and board vests, water toys, and tons of pickleball gear too. Not only Canada's best selection, but the guaranteed lowest prices as well. To discover more about one of the world's top pro shops, visit Shuswap Ski and Board online at ShuswapSNB.com.
All right then, so let's have a look at the leaderboard from our previously performed event. Emily Bettman, your provisional European under 14 girls tricking champion with her score of 38-20. Maria Vernikashkaya in runner-up spot with 37-90. Not too much of a points gap between those two. And our number one seed falling down to a number 3 position on the podium with 3,440 points. All right, now we're down to our last 2 events of today's schedule, and it is a under 14 boys jumping event. We have Chliba Schmolic, then we've got Gabriel Bruto, Nicholas Antonopoulos, Leo Gut, Arthur Bruto, Mark Senko, Mikhail Hanatenko, Paul Schnogel, Maximilian Zelensky, Franz Josef Stogginger, and Frederick Vollner. All right then, 3 jumps for each of our finalists. Gleb Smolic with 26.2 meters to qualify for this section of the competition. Now, let's have a quick look at the overall competition as it stood after last night's shenanigans. So after yesterday's action, Franz Josef Stogginger had about a little under 600-point differential in overall points between himself and Mikhail Hanatenko. And then there was a little bit less of a points gap between second and third between Hanatenko and Anatopoulos from Greece. And all 3 of those competitors are jumping in the final. This is the first of our finalists. This is Gleb Smolic, who is in 7th place overall and can start to build to a high position, starting with 6th place if he can knock down a better distance than what he did yesterday, to the tune of about 27 or 28 meters. He can definitely close that gap between himself and the person that's above him, who is Maximilian Zelensky. 27.1, that's an improvement from yesterday. 27.1. So 27.1. So 27.1 there for Gleb Smolic. Now the way that I'm trying to work this out and trying to do it manually with the overall, Leon Gut is the next nearest distance based upon what he produced yesterday at 27.5. So basically substitute the overall point score there with what he did yesterday, and you should be able to see if 27.1 is close enough to exact a change in the overall. That's notwithstanding the fact that he could actually have produced a better jump than 27.1 anyway with the second attempt. So we're waiting on this distance to come through. 26.2, losing a little bit of distance, so that 27.1 will be his best going into the third and last jump. So, my reckoning is that because there is only about 20 or so overall points between Gleb Smolic and Maximilian Zielinski, I would suggest that Cleve Smolage has moved himself into 6th place overall right now as a result of the first jump distance of 27.1. So there's a little bit of movement there. There could be even more movement if he wants to claw the gap between himself and Frederick Volnar. So our Belarusian competitor has knocked down three pretty decent-looking jumps there. So Heeb Smolage is 26.4, so 27.1. So 27.1 is his best jump distance, and enables him to vault up from 7th at least, surpassing Maximilian Zielinski in the overall competition. Now, Maximilian Zielinski, for his part, he's going to be 3rd from last off the dock, so he could potentially claw back that deficit that has just built itself between Cleve Smolage and himself by jumping further than 35.7 later on in this competition. So it's going to be back and forth, toing and throwing, and we'll see who eventually prevails as we get ready for Gabriel Bruto. Now, Gabriel Bruto in the overall competition is currently in 10th. And the person that's above him is his brother, by about 25 overall points. So if Gabriel can jump a little bit more than 26.4, then things start getting interesting there as well. So let's have a look as we get the chase cam on him. He's going to go straight up a single cut here, just to get the point score on the board. Nice. I like the look of that jump there. In a good position, good posture going in. 26.4 meters is his previous preliminary round distance coming into this event. As the boat makes its way around, I don't think that first jump is going to be awfully far, because it was a straight up single cut, and the previous competitor had invoked the use of a 3/4. But 21 meters, 21.0. Good angle off the jump there. Realizing that you can actually get better distance by actually landing with a strong edge away from the boat and being twisted towards the left. Anyone that studied the Pythagorean theorem will know that. Oh, and early as you like there. Now we're going to see this instant replay coming up, and we're going to have a look at it from the forward point of view, and just to illustrate how early he was on his approach to the jump there. Scoring 0 on the second one. His timing was completely off. Well, so let's have a look and see how late he was. No, it is not late at all. Way too early. So there you go. He got some advice along the shoreline, like, go later. Come on. If you're too late, you can pass. If you're too early, that's your own fault. So Gabriel Bruto from Switzerland. Let's see if he can try and build up a little bit of speed here. All right there, so Gabriel Bruto coming into the ramp with a lot more speed, and certainly the timing was a little bit better there for him. Kept most of it going into the jump. So 26.2 meters, definitely better to 26.2, but will not move up in the overall competition because his previous best jump from the elimination round was 26.4. But at least it was a little bit earlier. At least he saw more red than white. All right then, so we get ready for our next competitor, Nikolaos Anatopoulos from Greece, who is currently in third place overall right now. And guess who's in fourth place overall? Yes, Frederick Volnar from Austria, and he is less than a point away. So let's see if he can try and open up a little bit of a gap here. Coming to us from Greece, this is Nikolaos Anatopoulos. The overall competition update. This is, we got Franz Josef still out in the lead in the overall competition by about 600 or so overall points difference between himself and Mikhail Netenko from Ukraine is in second. Nikolaos Anatopoulos, who is about 136 overall points behind in third. And third place from fourth place separates Nikolaos from Frederick Volnar by less than a point. And then there are only 30 points between Frederick and Paul Schnogel. And then about just a little over 50 between Gleb Smolich and Paul Schnogel for fifth and sixth spot. So a lot can happen here. There's even a possibility for Maximilian Zelensky to move up significantly in the overall competition. He's currently lying in seventh, about 8 points further back. So this is kind of like your overall enthusiast dream right now. Oh, and he comes in with a lot of speed, but unfortunately the timing just wasn't there. There we see some coaching being offered there by George Hatzit, just to get out wider, get later, get after it. All right there, so Nikolaos Anatopoulos. If he wants to claw back, the difference between himself and the next best skier above him, who is Mikhail Hanatenko, he's got to gain about 100 more overall points. And 100 more overall points is about the same as in terms of distance with Mikhail Hanatenko. Now, Mikhail Hanatenko scored a jump of 31.3 meters. So if he can get closer, as close as he can to about 31 meters, then he has a chance of clawing back some deficit here. Yeah, nicely done. Does he get up? Yes, he does. Certainly has an easier time of getting up compared to Ivan Zaletsov, but that's another tale for another time. It's 27-1. He's getting closer here. 27-1. 27-1. Where have I heard that one before? Chleb Schmolik with 27.1 meters. That currently puts him into a two-way tie for the lead. So, two-way tie for the lead. Now, the only thing that's separating them is the backup jump. Nikolaos Anatopoulos with 26.6. Chleb Schmolik with 26.2. The one thing that Nikolaos Anatopoulos had was an additional jump there to work with. But there you go. That's Nikolaos Anatopoulos with 27.1 meters. So just looking at this once again while I calculate the overall totals. I'll say that between Nikolaos Anatopoulos and Mikhail and Hanatenko, that I believe that with the 100 or so points that exist between them by way of a gap, I would say that he's probably clawed half of that distance back. But we'll get an update. We'll get an update there, and so far as the overall competition is concerned, between those two. So Mikhail Hanatenko, who we'll see jump later on, is still in second place overall, but his gap has been reduced somewhat. Nikolaos Anatopoulos is still very much in contention for a podium spot, at least in third, but maybe a little bit higher in second. All right, then, we have got on the water Leon Gut. All right, then, here we go. This is Leon Gut, who jumped 27.5 meters yesterday. Let's see what he's got. Jump number 1. Oh, yes, nicely done there. The positioning was good, the kick was right, and they really held on to a good jump distance there. Now, the one thing that these jumpers have today that they didn't have yesterday was the headwind. So they can really push the envelope here a little bit and push themselves over the skis, much like Leon Gut just did. .24.0 there on the opening jump there for Leon Gut. All right, let's see what we've got here for Leon Gut. 24.7, 24.0, I should say. 27.5 meters is what he produced yesterday to make it this far. And really pushing it. So knocking these jumps down one at a time. The jump distance should be coming through any moment now, and it is going to be a different distance that will be flashing up on your screen right now. 27.1. Now 27.1. Oh, my word. Oh, my giddy aunt. 27.1 is a three-way tie for the lead. So Nikolaos Anatopoulos with 27.1, Leon Gut 27.1, Hleb Smolic 27.1. Are they joking with us right now? Are they kidding us? Are we being pranked right now? So here we go. Coming in, Leon Gut. That jump should be a little bit further. That should take the lead. We hope. The distance should be coming through any moment now. I would reckon that it will be very, very close to about 28 or 29 meters, or at the very least a little bit longer within the realm of 28, 27 or so meters. So as Leon Gut swims into shore. We'll have a look at this distance up on the screen momentarily, but you see here. .27.8 meters, so he has the exclusive lead right now. Still in the second spot is Hleb Smolic and Nikolaos Anatopoulos on with the distance of 27.1. Now, next competitor up is going to be Artur Bruto. And Arturo Bruto jumped 29.9 meters in the previous round. All right there, here we go. This is Arturo Bruto. Whoa, coming in with a lot of speed there. Trying his best to keep his feet underneath him to kick that ramp. The ramp is only 1.50 meters high, or a 5 foot high for those of you that are watching us from stateside. Okay, so as we continue on with this competition, they're still discussing some elements to our trick results that were recorded towards the end of the U14 girls trick in the final. So drama still abounds with the tricks event long after it's been completed. We'll give you the news as we have it. And there is Arturo Bruto. And this is going to be significant for Arturo Bruto because the distance is going to be bigger than what he did in the previous round. The distance there for Arturo Bruto. Okay, so 30.3 is the distance that is being produced by Arturo Bruto. I'll look at him go. All right, so bringing in a lot more heat this time, and Arturo Bruto. Let's have a look and see where he is in overall and see if he's anywhere close. Well, I would suggest that Arturo Bruto is probably flown a little bit more than the gap between Leon Gut, who is in 8th place overall, and Arturo Bruto, which is currently in 9th. So it is 30.1, which is less than what he did on the opening jump, but his opening jump was 30.3, which itself is 0.4 of a meter further than what he did in the previous round. And with the gap that exists between them being 12 points, then that should be extremely close. So the next few skiers start off with Mark Senko, then continue on to Mikolau Hanatenko, then Paul Schnogel, Maximilian Zielinski, Franz Josef Stockinger, and Frederick Volnar. Before we take any of those skiers, here we go. This is Arturo Bruto. Oh yeah, a lot more speed that time as well, and Arturo Bruto. Now, if this is anything more than about 30.5 meters, it will definitely claw through the gap between himself and Leon Gut, his Swiss compatriot. So we'll wait on the distance. It's come through as a 30.1. So his best jump distance is 30.3. All right, then. So as we look at the instant replay on the third and last jump there, so the picture you're looking at right now is Emily Bettman, who's just been told some recent news in regards to her being the runs are being rescored, and it would almost be. It will almost be certain that that with the scores that were originally posted and the method for those past scores, meaning that Maria Vernikovskaya is provisionally. So apparently, from what I'm hearing, there were some mistakes in scoring the first pass for Maria Vernikovskaya, which means that the point score is higher and could overhaul the score of Emily Bettman. Whoa! Drama in the tower, drama off the ramp. Oh my word. She bounced off that thing. Well, she hasn't raised her hand yet, so that is Mark Senko out there. I do apologize. I'm kind of getting my lines crossed a little bit between the genders, but. Oh my word, and how often do you see that when one jump skier ejects before hitting the jump and then it just follows the skier afterwards? That is just incredible. Coming into the jump, leaning in on the left ski, ejects the right one, comes off the ramp on the left ski, and that right one just follows it like a dog. All right, now that we've got a little bit of time, let me try and make some sense for this for you. Okay, in the original trick in points scoring, it was previously announced that Emily Bettman was the provisional champion. But then the judges discovered that a number of tricks that were supposedly incorrectly scored for Maria Vernikovskaya were left out of the final score. So now that has been taken care of. Now they're rescoring Maria Vernikovskaya's effort, and judging by what we anticipate so far, it could mean that Maria Vernikovskaya has provisionally won the U14 Girls Tricking Championship of Europe. Provisionally. I say provisionally because it's by no means official quite yet. Now, Emily was being informed of this, and obviously we saw a shot of her looking quite visibly upset. And I would imagine equally upset as well with Sophie Vasella, who saw a major downshift in her point score from 43.70 yesterday to 34.40 today. So it's all kinds of drama right now. Not only in the tower, but also on the water. Mark Senko crashing on the first jump. Let's see what he can do by way of recovery. Better. At least he lands and skis it away. So as we get the jump distance coming through. We're still trying to get the official points for Emily Bettman and Maria Vernikashkaya before we formally announce who is the champion. So 27.7, 27.7. 27.7. I was about to say say something along the lines of maybe a tied distance jump, but it's 27.7, not 27.1, thankfully. .7 meters on jump number 2, the middle distance. Now let's see what Mark Senko can do. Almost getting biffed in the head with the left ski, but still managing to keep enough of that flight in control. A crash on first jump. 27.7 on the second. So Artur Bruto is still out in the lead with 30.3 meters. And 29.6 meters is the final jump distance for Mark Senko. And Mark Senko is currently in second spot with that distance of 29.6 meters. Next up will be Mikołaj Hanatenko. Mikołaj Hanatenko. Mikołaj Hanatenko is currently in about 560 overall points separate him from Franz Josef Stogginger, and he will be among our next few competitors to take to the water. All right, here we go. Artur Bruto is still out in the lead with 30.3 meters, and attacking that distance right now is Mikołaj Hanatenko. Turns in and taking that jump rather early, which is why he decided to part company with the handle as he came across the second wake in towards the ramp zone. All right there, so on the water at this time, we've got Mikołaj Hanatenko. Now, so far as the team competition is concerned, with Ukraine currently in the currently in the top 3 right now. The U17 Ukrainian team have gone out to a blistering lead, but the Ukrainian U14 team are currently in third place right now, behind Belarus and Austria are in the lead in the U14s. So, skier on the water. Brilliant looking jump there. That is Mikhail Hanatenko. Almost mentioned the other Mikhail. So we will see what this jump distance is. And the distance is 30 meters, 30.0. All right then. So as we look over the jump in action, we'll keep an eye on the girls tricking. Then that is Maria Vernikashkaya looking pretty distraught around about now, but about the whole situation in regards to a point to her original point score and whether it's being reviewed in the whether and how soon will she find out the result of that review. Now let's have a look and see. Mikhail Hanatenko, 30 meters on jump number 2. What is the distance going to be? I suspect it will be a skosh longer. It certainly had the legs to be longer. All right, the distance is just about to come through on your screen, and it's 32.1. All right then. So as we continue on, Emily Bittman being consoled, thought that she had done enough to win the title without too much in the way of argument, but Emily Bittman from Austria and we're having a look at the instant replay now. Mikhail Hanatenko jumping 32.1. It's actually 0.88 of a meter better than yesterday. So we'll try and get an updated overall reckoning if that's entirely possible. But the skier on the water from Austria is going to be Paul Schnogel. All right there, so Paul Schnogel, who's currently in 5th place overall and can actually climb higher by clawing back on the 23 or so amount of points that separate him and Frederick Volnar. And then if he gets an additional 20 or so points on top of that, then he could actually move into the top 3 in the overall. But we'll see how he jumps first of all. so far as his score contributing to the overall competition so far. He's jumped 33.8, so he's looking for a distance in excess of that. And then we can start talking about maybe seeing Paul Schnogel in the top 3 in the boys individual overall in the championship. It looks like it is going to be 32.0. All right then, folks, here we go. This is Paul Schnogel. He turned. Oh, that's a vicious turn. Can he make it onto the jump? Oh, he can, but he can do it. He does it without the handle. Almost went up the bank there for a moment. At this rate, we're going to have to install catch netting. All right, then. So it looks like the scores have been reviewed, and the Maria Vernikowskaya has had her runs reassessed, and she scores a 38.70. That is 50 points more than Emily Bettman, who had a score of a 38.20, and Sofia Vesala with a 34.40. And the young lady that you're seeing up on your screen right now from Belarus, Maria Vernikowskaya. So commiserations to Emily Bittman, but congratulations to Maria Vernikowskaya from Belarus. All right, that should take care of that for the time being. Here we go. We'll just look in here at just getting viciously pulled off the second wake in towards the ramp there. He just had no control beyond that point. Once you let go of the handle, then any number of things could possibly happen. Even if he'd have kept hold of the handle, a few things might have happened. But the one thing he did right there, and I'll mention this again considering the events that happened yesterday, is that he didn't turn away from the jump. Two competitors did yesterday, and they found out to their cost that that's enough for a disqualification. But Paul Schnogel at least knows that if you are in that similar type of position, you just basically hold your direction, and even though he let go and was at the mercy of the jumping gods, that he didn't do anything to preclude his further participation in the jump event. Hopefully he understood all of that. Paul Schnogel with 32 meters, needing the jump distance in excess of 33.8 meters now in order to effect a change in his overall fortunes. Here we go. This is Paul Schnogel, jump number 3. And he just went at it too early on that one, unfortunately. So didn't get much of anything out of that set. Paul Schnogel, who is currently in second place with 32.0. That is 0.1 of a meter short of the current lead distance by Mikołaj Hanatenko. Now, and Mikołaj Hanatenko's score of 32.1 is 0.8 of a meter more than what he did yesterday, and that could have a huge bearing upon the overall competition. We will try and get you an update for it in short order, but the next skier about to take to the water is Maximilian Zielinski. Maximilian Zielinski is currently in 7th place overall. He can move up if he jumps further than what he did yesterday by about half a meter. If he wants to move up even further, then he would need to jump something closer to 40 meters to do it. And because that there is so little of a gap between that and 4th place, then if he jumps closer to about 42.5 meters, I would say, that would put him in 4th. And if he jumps closer to about 44 meters, then that should be enough to put him on the podium in overall. So Maximilian Zielinski has got a number of targets that he can shoot for. Naturally, the first one is going to be take the lead in the jump event, and he can do that by jumping over 32.1 meters. Here he comes. This is Paul Schnogel. Nice. Good safe opening attempt. All right then, Paul Schnogel opens up with a distance. Should be in the 30s, I would say. Comes into the jump a little bit early, but managing to slowly bleed off the speed towards the boat in order to hit the ramp and gain a score. Not something that I would personally recommend, but right now the onus is upon the jumpers to actually score in this final. And then they can work with the remaining 2 jumps that they have at their disposal. So, Maximilian Zielinski. There you go, dropping the handle and skiing around the bottom left-hand corner. So 1 jump away from maybe securing himself a podium, provided that he jumps over 32.1 meters. If he does not get up to that distance, then Mikhail Hanatenko will take a podium position instead. So 32.1, or actually 32.2 is what's needed at the very least for Maximilian Zielinski, who is currently in 3rd spot right now with 31.1. So he's looking for 1.1 meter more. So our good folks from TWBC are documenting this on film. Maybe not so much on film, on video. Coming to you in glorious 4K from Agrinio in Greece, this is TWBC's coverage of the 2026 IWWF Europe and Africa Youth Championships. Here we go, this is Paul Schnogel. Nicely done. The distance coming through any moment now. I suspect it's going to be longer. The question is, how much longer is it going to be? He's on the podium, 34.2, 34.2. 34.2 meters. He has jumped himself onto the podium. So 34.2 meters for Maximilian Zielinski. With 34.2 meters, there's some good news and bad news with that distance. First of all, it puts him in the medals, no two ways about it. He is in the lead with the potential of maybe taking the gold, or either the gold or the silver. But it's not anymore in terms of distance compared to yesterday, and therefore his challenge for maybe one or two of the top places in the overall may have taken a severe knock as a result. So Maximilian Zielinski there. So now we come down to our final two competitors in the U14 boys jump event. We're going to see Frederick Volner come through as our last competitor. But before him, it's going to be Franz Josef Stogginger. So with 34.2 meters, with 34.2 meters for Maximilian Zielinski, he currently has a hand on a medal in the on the podium for the U14 Boys Jump Championship of Europe. So Franz Josef, currently in the lead in the overall, still has a 600 or so point differential between himself and Mikhail Hanatenko, who's moved up closer in terms of the points differential, but not enough. Whoa, hello. Woo. Almost rolled too far forwards. Wow. I haven't seen too many of those off the 5-foot high ramp. At 1.50 meters, let's have a look. This is Franz Josef Stogginger. Whoa, take a look at that right ski. So that jump there, as dangerous enough as it was 37.8 meters. So 37.8, what does that do to the leaderboard? Well, pretty academic really, because Franz Josef Stockinger is now in the lead with 37.8. That means that he too has made it onto the podium and would finish no worse than second. So he's got two more jumps to come. Let's see if he can put a little bit of breathing room between himself and Frederick Volner, who is going to be our last jumper on the water, coming up in a few moments. Okay, so the distance coming through a little less. .35.1, 35.1. That was a little bit safer, but the distance is no further than what he did on the first attempt, where he yielded a distance of 37.8 meters. All right, here we go, folks, coming on in. This is Franz Josef Stockinger. He's already in the lead, will finish no worse than second. Let's see what he's got on his third and last attempt. Kicked that one back, but he had the speed, but didn't quite have the quickness in his feet to take full advantage of that jump there. So I would imagine that jump is probably a little bit less. A little bit less than 37.8, that is. .32.8. Speed is good, but you need to have quickness in the feet and your legs to take full advantage of it. All right, then. So now we've got two competitors on the podium. Who will the third be? Could it well be Mikhail Hanatenko, who is currently in third right now on 32.1? Or could someone who is about to take to the water next exceed that distance and maybe close higher? So it is a battle, Austria versus Austria. Franz Josef Stockinger, who has his distance of 37.8 in the clubhouse right now. And all that he can do is watch as he gets ready to see what Frederick Volnar can do. All right, so Frederick Volnar needing a distance of more than 37.8 to be in first to win the title. He's nice and wide. He's up alongside the boat. This is Frederick Volnar. Very close to the bottom right-hand corner and barely got his feet underneath him with that jump there, but it should be enough to put him on the podium. Got to be more than 32.1 to do that. Now, however much higher he decides to climb up on the podium is going to be determined within the next few jumps. So 37.3 meters. That puts him in second spot right now. The only certain podium position is currently third, and that it belongs to Maximilian Zielinski from Poland. He's assured of his position as third with 34.2. Frederick Volnar with 37.3 is currently lying in second, and he can move up with the remaining two jumps that he has. Franz Josef Stockinger, who is in the lead in the clubhouse and with 37.8, and can do nothing more than what he's already done thus far. So here we go, folks. Frederick Volnar. He's got 2 more jumps to come. The first of them is here and now. Yes, I believe he may have done enough. Is it going to be enough? Comes in with a lot of heat. .9 meters, he's getting closer, 36.9. That was actually less than his original first jump, so now he has got to conjure up a little bit of magic, as it were. He has got to come up with about 0.6 of a meter more than on top of what he's already jumped, with 37.3 meters. Now, in addition to all of that, so far as the overall is concerned, if he wants to get closer to Nikolaos Anatopoulos, he's going to need to jump more than 38.5 to do that. So not only has he got to win, he's got to jump more than 38.5 meters in the process to maybe get into the top 3 in the boys overall in U14. Here he comes. This is Frederick Volnar. Let's see what he's got. There you go. Came in with a lot more speed, and he got his legs underneath him that time. Is it going to be enough? There we see Franz Josef Stockinger. He can't do a thing here. And now, after seeing all of those 3 jumps expended, neither can Frederick. It is in the lap of the gods right now. And the distance is coming through. He's going to learn of it. It is 38.8 meters. 38.8 meters for Frederick Volnar. Okay, so 38.8 meters, that is 0.3 of a meter more than what he did yesterday, and that also means that he is your champion of Europe in the U14 boys jumping competition. That is Frederick Volnar. So there is your podium. Austria, Poland. Fantastic effort there. Frederick Volnar, Franz Josef Stockinger, and Maximilian Zielinski. On top of which, the overall could see a significant shift here because Nikolaos Anatopoulos is still 3rd in overall, but there is about 12 overall points separate him from Frederick Volnar. Mikhail Hanatenko still in 2nd place overall, but it would almost seem certain that with the remaining events still to come in the U14 category in boys, the Franz Josef Stockinger is basically has the boys overall on a stranglehold right now. Here is your men's jump leaderboard. Frederick Volnar, your champion of Europe in the U14 boys category with 127 feet or 38.8 meters. Franz Josef Stockinger with 37.8. In second, Maximilian Zielinski in 3rd place, and that rounds off the top 3. And we got Hanatenko, Snogel, Senko, Gut, Smolik, Anatopoulos, and the other Bruto. Wow. Okay, we got one more event to come, as if all of that wasn't enough. So there we go. There's your champion there in the middle of the screen, Frederick Volnar. He's a happy camper. So there is Franz Josef Stockinger realizing that he'd gotten the runner-up position. Frederick Volnar realizing that he'd just won with 38.8 meters. So in amongst all of the shenanigans that went on during the course of this event, we lost one Austrian gold medal winner in the form of Emily Bettman because there was an error. There were at least one or two errors in scoring for Maria Vernikerskaya, who saw an uptick in her point score. So Maria Vernikerskaya, your winner in the under-14 girls tricks event, ahead of Emily Bettman and ahead of Sofia Vesele. All of that was taking place during the jump event, where we saw some frills, some spills, and some rises and falls in the overall competition at the same time. But the upshot of it is that Frederick Volnar wins the U14 Boys Championship of Europe. He wins ahead of Franz Josef Stockinger and Maximilian Zielinski of Poland. All right then, folks. We've got one more event to go. That's the U17 Girls Jumping Final. So make sure that you grab your favorite chair and grab your favorite beverage. We're about to go into the final right now. We're going to take a brief pause, just a few seconds to clear our minds and get ready for this event. And when we return, we will have the 9 finalists in the U17 Girls Jump Final. Do not go away.
Old logic says success is determined by wins. It says you can't be a mother and a professional athlete, that you can't take on giants. New logic says watch me. Watch me become the most decorated track and field athlete in the world. Watch me start a brand designed by women, for women. When old logic holds us back, it's up to us to defy it.
At Houston Cadillac, at the moment you arrive, you will notice dedication to excellence. We deliver an unparalleled customer experience, and we're elevating our commitment with a new state-of-the-art facility. Explore our selection of new Cadillac cars, crossovers, and SUVs designed to meet your needs. We are redefining the luxury experience and investing in the future. Visit Houston Cadillac and begin your journey towards luxury.
All right, then, welcome back. We've got one more event today, and then we're going to go into the prize giving. U17 girls jumping final about to take sway as we have a look at the boys, the U14 boys jump final standings. Frederick Volnar, the winner, ahead of Franz Josef Stockinger, Maximilian Zielinski. And then we see Mikhail Natenko, and then the rest of the podium, the rest of the positions short of the podium are there at the IWSF results service. Just Google that expression and it should take you to where you need to get to. All right then, so our skier on the water is Maëlys Laforestier, followed by Sanaya Rivotska, then Rosa Jelenik, Nadsavia Kazovskaya, Maya Leonhardt, Izzy Cosgrove, Maria Popova, Yelizaveta Nyhotskaya, and finally the world champion from Italia, Scarlett Graham. Now, the reason why we have 9 instead of 10 is because of the omission of Melody Morel, who injured herself on the second jump and was no longer fit enough to compete. But we certainly wish her the very best of luck in her recuperation, as we see Maëlys Laforestier in the girls U17 jumps. Yeah, managing to get up. Nicely done for Maëlys Laforestier. Okay, so it looks like we have a technical issue that we need to get resolved. So apparently she had the wrong speed coming in. So with that, we're going to start our set off completely from scratch. That was probably the reason why she got into a little bit of a situation with the landing. So the boat speed was at 48 instead of 51k, the difference between 30 and 32. So she's going to attempt her first hit at the ramp again. Maëlys Laforestier. Okay, here we go. Letter L, 51k. That's a better looking jump, certainly. Certainly better than 19.3 meters that she produced with a slower boat speed, but that jump distance is going to be scrubbed out in favor of this one that's going to be featured up on your screen any moment now. That's Maya Leonhardt getting ready to go. Complete with cattle collar. .27.2 to 7.2. So, nicely done there, 27.2. And we'll see what Maëlys has with the remaining 2 jumps at her disposal. Okay, folks, here we go. Maëlys Laforestier. 51K, letter L. Oh, nice. I like the speed, I like the lift, I like all of it. Okay, so a male mommy there towards the left-hand side of those folks. I don't know why they're aiming for the camera. If they knew how much it cost, I don't think they would. Okay, 27.5 to 7.5. So 27.5, a little bit further there for Maëlys, about 0.3 of a meter further. She had her best jump yesterday of 28.2. Okay, let's see if she's got anything left now in the tank with a 28.2. I think that she might have just emptied it right there. We'll see if it's anything close to about 30 meters. Well, it is a little closer to 30 meters from what I understand. Distance coming through, 28.5 meters. All right, Sanaya Rivotska from Belarus is our next athlete about to take to water as we look at the tail end of Maëlys's jump distance on the third and the final jump. Right, there's our Chief Judge Candido Mose, who's been running a pretty tight ship here among our officials. So just a little bit of a delay before we send out Sanaya Rivotska, and there she goes. 29.3 meters she advanced to the final from in terms of distance. There we go. There's our Belarusian flag. It's been a while since we've seen one of those in team competition up until this season. Belarusian team represented their country and won the team overall crown at the Open European Championships, which took place a few weeks ago over in Poti in the Republic of Georgia. And looking to try and do the same or in at least one or two of the team overall classification categories. A big tussle between themselves and Ukraine in terms of the team overall classifications in both the U14s and U17s. But one surprising detail that is continuing to amaze me is the Austrians, who are currently in the lead in the team classification overall in the U14s. Probably when you look towards the likes of Franz Josef Stockinger and Frederick Volnar, maybe not quite as surprising as one would gleam, especially when you consider that Emily Bettman's on that same team as well. So 27.6 on the opening jump there for Sanaya Ravotska. All right then, so as we continue to work our way through this competition, there we go, that is Sanaya Ravotska. That jump should be a little bit further. She certainly came in with a lot more speed. All right then, looks like a better jump distance, and in fact it is actually a best jump out of this tournament. The jump distance should be revealing itself any moment now. So getting a decent amount of speed, and the lift was there as well, which helped her settle into the flight. A 30-meter distance. So 30 meters on the middle jumps distance there for Sanaya Ravotska, and that puts her, that gives her an additional 70, an additional 0.7 of a meter difference in distance from where she ended up from yesterday. She jumped 29.3 meters yesterday. She's jumped 30 meters so far today, and there could be a possibility of her flying out to even more distance, provided that jump is further than 30 meters. But unfortunately there for Sanaya Ravotska, she's going to end up a little bit short on the third jump. It is going to be 29.8 meters. But she does improve upon her overnight jump distance of 29.3 meters to the tune of 30. So now we're awaiting our next jumper, Rosa Jelinek, wearing bib number 25 from Austria. It is Rosa Jelinek. Okay, with Ricardo Botas at the wheel, giving us a little bit of Spanish rustic feel out there. I don't know if he was trying to recreate the story of Don Quixote, but there you go. Okay, so Rosa Jelinek taking a 3/4 cut, not going for the full double right from the get-go. She's going to eye up this ramp and wishing that she would have cut a little bit later. So there we go. This is Rosa Jelinek. Okay, so 2 jumpers down, several more to go. We've got Rosa Jelinek receiving some coaching from along the sideline. Basically, his coaching is down to one philosophy in this type of situation. That's just go later. So Rosa Jelinek, who qualified for this section of the jump event, having jumped 32.9 meters. All right, they're getting better. So 31.5 meters, 31.5 meters is Rosa Jelenek's best jump in the finals, but would need a jump in excess of 32.9 to maybe improve her fortunes in respect to the overall competition. right then, so Rosa Jelenik coming in on the third and last attempt. Yeah, looking even better on that one. That's got to be closer to about maybe 32 or 33 meters. Just absolutely found some lift in the right place at the right time. Probably a little gust of wind certainly would have helped as well. Around about that time too. The jump distance should be coming through, yes. .32.3. 32.3, which gives her the lead. 32.3 meters for the Jelenik, Rosa Jelenik. But that is 0.3 of a meter down on what she did yesterday to qualify for these finals. So the only competitor that is only 2 out of the 3 competitors have actually improved upon their early round distances, and that is Melis Laforestier and Sinaya Rivotska. Nedzhaya Kezelskaya from Belarus is our next jumper to take to the water. All right, here we go. This is Nedzhaya Kezelskaya. All right, and getting into a little bit of a pickle there with the landing. She certainly had the flight, but didn't enjoy the landing so much. Still out in the lead is Sinaya Rivotska with a jump distance in excess of 30 meters. Indeed, it is 30 meters exactly. So as we continue right along, we've got actually, we have the distance from Rosa Jelenik of 32.3. She has the lead ahead of Sinaya Rivotska, who in turn is actually in second place above Melis Laforestier. So out of the first 3 jumpers, Austrian currently holds the pole position and the lead at this time. So Nedzhaya Kezelskaya. All right, moving on up, we have got Nadzhaya Kezelskaya coming in. Whoa, and almost completely out the back there, but she stabilized herself enough in the air to avoid those skis going up above her head, because that would have been a serious hurting right there. Okay, so working our way down to our last jump. This is Nadzhaya Kezelskaya. All right then. Whoa, a little bit of a hardish turn there, and a 0 score in this round, unfortunately. She certainly gave it her best shot, though, but a pass on the first jump, a crash on the second, and a no score there for Nadzhaya Kezelskaya. Just got loaded and pitched out there very, very quickly, and so falling on the landing on jump number 1, crashed on the second attempt, and passed on the third, and Nadzhaya Kezelskaya will not be making much hay in this U17 Girls Championship of Europe, as we now turn our attention to Maya Leonhardt. Now let's have an update so far as the overall is concerned. Now, there is about a 30-point differential between Yelizaveta and Nayotskaya of Belarus and Maria Popova in the overall competition. About 30 points separating them. Melatine Morel, who is kind of a sitting duck right now, is in third place overall and is now going to be attacked in the jump event, starting off with the likes of Izzy Cosgrove, who is going to be our next jumper after this jumper on the water. This is Maya Leonhardt. Oh, comes in very, very hot, and she delayed a kick and ended up taking a little bit of a lower body crush there. So we're just waiting on the distance to be put out there. I wouldn't imagine that it would be anything significantly surrounding the 30-meter distance. But having said all that, it's 28 point. Oh, and just look at that left ski coming off the jump there. 28.9 meters, 28.9 meters, but it could have been so much worse. Came into the jump edging and was forced to edge all the way through, even though that she was early. She had no time to take a pass on that jump, and certainly in a bit of a tricky situation with that. Okay, so apparently the boat had to stop for an exchange of official radio. But there you go. We've got Maya Leonhardt with 28.9 meters. Her best jump from yesterday was 36.2. There were a number of skiers that ended up with exactly that same distance of 36.2. Nadia Keselskaya, who we just seen and was unable to score a jump with a pass, a crash, with a fall, a crash, and then a pass. And then there was Maya Leonhardt with 36.2, and also Izzy Cosgrove with that same distance. This is jump number 2 for Maya Leonhardt. Now let's see if she can set herself up to be a little bit later on this one. Better! Yes. Bounced up on the landing there, but nicely done there from Maya Leonhardt. Came in with a lot more speed there and ended up with much better distance as a result. So Maya Leonhardt, who's less than 100 points away from Sania Rivotska from Belarus. And it's a big jump there, 34.8 meters. Now, what does that do to her in terms of the best jump distance? 34.8 meters. That shoves her into the lead right now. Rosa Jelenic's lead has now been relegated to a second place spot. So Maya Leonhardt with 34.8 meters in the lead, and has got one more jump to come. Oh yeah, nice lift there. Beautiful air form. Started off with 28.9. A middle jump distance was 34.8. So 36.6 meters. That is 0.4 of a meter greater than what she did yesterday. That's 36.6 meters. So in accordance to the overall, Maya Leonhardt has probably eaten a little bit into the gap that exists between her and Zanaya Ravotska, but will not completely overhaul it to the point where she would actually move a position from being in 7th place up to 6th. But now our next competitor has a lot riding with the 3 jumps that she has, because right now she is about less than 100 overall points separating herself and Melitine Morel. Melitine Morel cannot compete. Isabel Cosgrove can. So Izzy Cosgrove, who jumped 36.2 meters yesterday, would need a jump very, very close to the 40-meter mark to make that gap between herself and Melitine Morel disappear. All right, here she comes, Izzy Cosgrove. Waiting on the ramp, turns in, drives in off the turn, and takes a pass on jump number 1. Just did not like the look of that approach. And these jumpers are coming across the wake extremely early. And just didn't like the look of that, so she decided to drop the handle and make her way around the ramp. All right, so Izzy Cosgrove has got 2 jumps remaining here. Looking to try and take the lead away from Maya Leonhardt, who has a jump distance of 36.6 meters. If she was to get somewhere close to 38 or 39, then she could see some significant movement in the overall competition. Currently lying in 4th. Here comes Izzy Cosgrove coming in, 3/4 cut once again on letter N on the 0 off. Coming on in, jump number 2. Yeah, good extension off the top of the jump there and well into the landing. She's on fire right now. pass on jump number 1. The second jump there, the distance should be known very, very soon. 37.5. That means that she has more overall points. 37.5. That gives her about another 1.3 meters worth of distance in terms of the overall calculation. So Izzy Cosgrove. We don't have an update so far as the point scores are where they are currently, but we should have something for you very, very soon. Izzy Cosgrove with 37.5, but there is that lead distance. She has the lead distance of 37.5 meters, and there are 3 more competitors to go. So Izzy, if that jump of 37.5 remains unchallenged from any of the remaining 3 skiers, then she may be on the podium for the girls U17 Championship of Europe. Let's have a look and see. Can she conjure up some magic here with the 3rd and final attempt? Ah, yes! Was a little longer in the air on that one. Comes in with a lot of heat, a lot of drive. But is that going to be enough? The distance will be shown up on the board. And the distance is 37.2 with the last jump there for Izzy Cosgrove. But she has the lead right now with a 37.5, and that is the bubble distance for our remaining 3 competitors in order for them to take a podium finish in the U17 Girls Jumping Championship of Europe. All right, we have a score update for Izzy Cosgrove. Obviously, Melody Morel doesn't have any movement, but Izzy Cosgrove is now within 36 overall points. It didn't completely take up all of the deficit that existed between the two, but it's definitely manageable with one event left to go for Izzy Cosgrove. Now, 3 more competitors. Maria Popova is next. All right there, Maria Popova, currently in 2nd place overall. And currently 30 overall points. Shy of Yelizaveta Nihotskaya. Actually, to be more accurate, 29 overall points. Separating those two. Nihotskaya, Yelizaveta Nihotskaya on 26.87.27. Maria Popova on 26.58.69. But let's see what Maria Popova can do. Now, Maria Popova at the very least, if she is to improve her fortunes in the overall competition, not only has to take the lead, but also has to do it with a jump in excess of 38.1 meters. Here she comes. Good looking jump, plenty of speed, but didn't quite get everything out of that ramp, unfortunately. So 38.1 meters is the distance that she needs to exceed in order to improve her chances of getting the overall crown. 37.5, 37.5. Okay, that's the first task. 37.5, and guess who already has 37.5? It's Izzy Cosgrove. They have a two-way tie for the lead. So 37.5 is being held as a tie for the lead, two ways between Izzy Cosgrove and Maria Popova. There could potentially be a jump off if that distance remains unchallenged from here on in. But there are certainly 8 more jumps before that could be even considered to be a viable next step. Here we go. Better looking jump there. How much better is it going to be though? 37.5 is the first jump for Maria Popova. I suspect that one and the distance on 38.1, she's the new leader. And wouldn't you know it, 38.1 is exactly the jump distance that she produced yesterday. So we are running a numbers game right now. 37.5 on the opening jump distance, put her into a two-way tie for the lead with Izzy Cosgrove. Then she came back with 38.1 meters, which is exactly the same jump that she produced yesterday to qualify for this round of the competition, the U17 Girls Championship of Europe. So obviously, because she jumped exactly the same distance as yesterday, there's no upward movement in the overall competition so far as Maria Popova is concerned. Here we go. Maria Popova, good turn, good drive. Yes! I believe that she has a better float in the air. She doesn't look particularly pleased with her effort, but we'll find out in a moment if she has cause for concern going forward. Shaking her head and yeah, 36.7, so there was justification for that on her way in. But 38.1 meters is a good enough distance to take the lead. And by taking the lead with 2 competitors to go, she has a medal on the podium. So Maria Popova, who earlier on in the day competed in the U17 Girls Slalom Final, was unable to pick up overall points as a result of a 2-buoy count on 30 meters. Now not able to pick up any more points because she'd already jumped 38.1 meters. So no upward movement in the overall competition, despite the fact that there is about 29 overall points that exist in between Yelizaveta Nihotskaya. But could that lead open up now? Because the aforementioned Yelizaveta Nihotskaya is on the water right now, needing to jump first of all to take the lead. Anything more than 38.1. But in order to open up a bit of a gap here in the overall competition, she needs to jump more than 40 meters. So the battle between Ukraine and Belarus rages on. So some to-in and throw-in, some tussling going on between the Ukrainians and the Belarusians in the team overall competition. In the overall team classification right now, Ukraine has a stranglehold on the lead ahead of Belarus. Ah, look at this. Hitting the jump there full force and getting a lot of lift off that one. That is Yelizaveta Nayotskaya. If it's anything more than 40 meters, then that will improve upon her overall position. It won't change it. It will just mean that she is a little bit further away from Maria Popova. So the distance coming through any moment now. It is 38.5 meters, 38.5. 38.5, she has the lead and will finish no worse than second. Maria Popova is in second, will finish no worse than third. So 38.5, good enough for the lead. Not good enough to see her pull away in the overall competition. There's about a 29-point difference, give or take a couple of decimal figures there. This is Yelizaveta Nayotskaya. Taking in a lot of speed, but almost found herself in a bit of an untenable situation as soon as she hit the jump there. So Olga Pavlova of Belarus there watching over her skier. Just trying to give her the best advice that she can. So 35.7, 35.7. So let's have a look at this jump one more time with the benefit of our instant replay. Came across the wakes. Started to lift and got pulled backwards there, and that's the reason she got 35.7 instead of an improvement in the jumps there. So let's see what Yelizaveta Nayotskaya has got with the third and last jump. She doesn't need anything to claw back against a lead, mind you, because she is already in the lead. All that she's looking for now is a little bit more distance in front of, ahead of 40 meters to try and pull away a little bit more. There's about 29 overall points separating the two. Between herself and Maria Popova, Martin Morel, a sitting duck at 25.3961. And there we go, that's Yelizaveta Nayotskaya. I don't think that jump is going to be anywhere close to 40 meters. Right there, so Yelizaveta Nayotskaya. So the third jump distance is a 37.4. So no progress there so far as Yelizaveta Nayotskaya is concerned. Only to say that a first jump of 38.5 is good enough to be on the podium and to be in first place right now. She'll finish no worse than second. Maria Popova, currently second, will finish no worse than third. And now we bring on the current U17 World Girls Water Ski Jump Champion. It is from Italy. It is Scarlett Graham. Won that title earlier on this season in late March, early part of April in Cordoba in Argentina. And if you want to watch that event again, then you can view the archive on TWBC's YouTube channel. And if you want to subscribe to the TWBC YouTube channel, please, by all means, do. You'll get instantly notified whenever we go live with a world-class water ski event. And in addition to that, you have the ability to chat live with us on the TWBC YouTube channel during any kind of live event. So here comes Scarlett Graham. She needs a jump distance of 38.5 meters to take the win. And I think she's done it. Getting some great lift there. That is Scarlett Graham, who's currently in 5th place overall at the same time, needing about 172 overall points of worth of distance. 41.7 meters. 41.7 meters. She is the champion of Europe. And she's tapping her head. She's tapping her head and wants to go home. So she did it. She did it on the very first jump there with 41.7 meters. That is the new European girls jump champion, ahead of Yelizaveta Nayotskaya and ahead of Maria Popova. With 41.7 meters on the opening jump. It didn't take her long. So Scarlett Graham is your winner and ends the day's competition in the finals day number 1. Only takes her one jump to decide the fate of the Championship of Europe in the U17 girls jump competition. There she is. That is Scarlett Graham, coming to us from Cortino d'Ampezzo in Italy. And there is Luca Graham. And there is the rest of the mixture of Italians and just about every other country you can think of. So just receiving the instruction there from Betta Gali, go home, job is done. All right then, so with that, we've just seen the podium. Let's have a look at the leaderboard in just a moment as Scarlett Graham receives the congratulations of the good folks. Not even getting her hair wet. How about that? Scarlett Graham, 41.7 from Italia, ahead of Yelizaveta Nayotskaya from Belarus, and ahead of Maria Popova of Ukraine. And then the remaining skiers are Cosgrove, Leonhardt, Jelenek, Rivotska, Leforestier, and Kazalskaya. All right, in a few moments, we're going to go into our prize presentations. We'll see the celebrations there, selfies and photos abound. There's Ricardo Botas, the boat driver. There is a Scarlett Graham right there in the center of your shot. And getting a big old hug from Beta Gali. Prize giving to take place in less than 25 minutes, and she'll be a major part of it. And there's the rest of the Italian team celebrating alongside the world and European U17 girls jump champion, Scarlett Graham. All right, then. So prize giving coming up very, very soon, and all that to come and more. This is the 2026 IWWF Europe and Africa Youth Championships. When we return, it will be in time for the prize giving. Next.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure $1 million mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dillinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
My name is Thibaut Dalen and I'm the broker of Dalen Real Estate. And today I want to show you some of our special listings located in Florida's world famous water ski hotspots.
DNCA Finance has grown through crises and transformations. Times change, values remain. For more than 25 years, DNCA has been by your side for active and flexible management of your wealth. DNCA, Maison d'épargne de valeur. Speak with your financial advisor.
Luxury means something different to everyone. A private island, a hidden villa, a journey designed around you. At Marola Travel, we take the time to listen to how you want to travel, how you want to feel, and what luxury truly means to you. Marola Travel. Wherever you're going, we'll make it easy.
At Dana Marine, we make complex maritime operations safer, smarter, and more resilient. From marine assurance and emissions compliance to professional training and operational risk management, we combine engineering expertise, digital innovation, and global experience. Dana Marine.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat, a place where that summer feeling lasts all year long, a place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers, a place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
For 30 years now, Canada's #1 water sports pro shop, Shuswap Ski and Board, has been supporting the sport they love through extensive athlete and event sponsorship, donations, and prizes. Having watched the best water ski action on the planet for years, the crew at Shuswap Ski and Board is now helping TWBC bring that amazing action to you. To discover more about one of the world's top pro shops, visit Shuswap Ski and Board online at shuswapsnb.com.
Old logic says success is determined by wins. It says you can't be a mother and a professional athlete, that you can't take on giants. New logic says watch me. Watch me become the most decorated track and field athlete in the world. Watch me start a brand designed by women, for women. When old logic holds us back, it's up to us to defy it.
At Houston Cadillac, at the moment you arrive, you will notice dedication to excellence. We deliver an unparalleled customer experience, and we're elevating our commitment with a new state-of-the-art facility. Explore our selection of new Cadillac cars, crossovers, and SUVs designed to meet your needs. We are redefining the luxury experience and investing in the future. Visit Houston Cadillac and begin your journey towards luxury.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure million-dollar mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dillinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
My name is Thibaut Dalen and I'm the broker of Dalen Real Estate. And today I want to show you some of our special listings located in Florida's world famous water ski hotspots.
In a world in motion, DNCA Finance has grown through crises and transformations. Times change, values remain. For more than 25 years, DNCA has been by your side for active and flexible management of your wealth. DNCA, Maison d'épargne de valeur. Speak with your financial advisor.
Luxury means something different to everyone. A private island, a hidden villa, a journey designed around you. At Marola Travel, we take the time to listen to how you want to travel, how you want to feel, and what luxury truly means to you. Marola Travel. Wherever you're going, we'll make it easy.
At Dana Marine, we make complex maritime operations safer, smarter, and more resilient. From marine assurance and emissions compliance to professional training and operational risk management, we combine engineering expertise, digital innovation, and global experience. Dana Marine.
Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Brian. How can I help you? Yeah, Will. Can I let him know who's calling? All right, just a second. Will, I got a fill for you.
Perfect. Give me just 1 second. All right, hit it. Thanks for holding. This is Will. Hey, how's it going? Good.
Here we go. We'll never throw it like white towel. You'll never knock us out. We'll never know. We're coming ready or not. We're coming ready or not. We're coming ready or not. Take a look at you and start to lose my balance. What am I falling into? I've seen a lot of you living like this, the way you do what you do. I think you're something brand new.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. How are you doing this afternoon? Hang on a second, that wasn't loud enough. How are you doing this afternoon? All right then, we're going to go into the award presentation straight away, no delay. So I'd like to call for the under-17 girls slalom medals, Mr. Zarkevlis, the Agrinio Vice Mayor of Sport. Come on in, Mr. Zarkevlis. All right then, folks, let's call out the names of our medal recipients. Ladies and gentlemen, in third place and winner of the bronze medal in the U17 Girls Slalom Championship of Europe with a score of 2 on 12 meters. Let's give it up, please, for Rosa Jelenik! All right then, so let's go on to our runner-up and winner of the silver medal in this U17 Girls Slalom Championship of Europe. Also, with a score into 12 meters, let's give it up, please, for Yelisvita Naihodskaya of Belarus! And ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you winner, gold medalist, and champion of Europe in the U17 Girls Slalom event from Belarus, Sinaya Rebotska! And now, ladies and gentlemen, please rise if you can, for as we play the national anthem of Belarus. Oh. Okay, we'll play it in a moment, but we've got to give the medals. Come on. Presenting the medals is Lefteris Kosothanos. President of the Hellenic Water Ski Federation, Lefteris Kosothanos, gave away the medals. And now it's time to play the national anthem of Belarus. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you your medalists, Rosa Jelenik of Austria, Yelizaveta Nyotskaya of Belarus, and your champion of Europe in the U17 girls slalom, Sinaya Rebotska.
Okay, now
Ladies, thank you very much indeed. All right then, ladies and gentlemen, let's continue on to the U14 Boys Championship of Europe in the slalom event. Now, ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you third place and bronze medalist from Lithuania, Vincentas Ostra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you silver medalist and runner-up in the U14 Boys Slalom Championship of Europe from Poland, Maximilian Zelensky. And now, presented to you, winner, gold medalist, and European Under-14 Boys Slalom Champion from France, Emile Marquis. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting the medals is going to be Mr. Zarkelibus, the Agrigno Vice Mayor of Sport. And now, ladies and gentlemen, if you can, please rise as we play the national anthem of France, La Marseillaise. Ladies and gentlemen, once again presenting to you your under-14 boys slalom championship of Europe. From Lithuania, Vincentas Ostras. In second place and runner-up, Maximilian Zelensky, Poland. And your winner from France and the European champion, Emil Mames.
Okay, that's him on that one.
Gentlemen, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, moving right along to the Under-17 Boys Trick Championship of Europe. Ladies and gentlemen, in third place, winner of the bronze medal from France, Aurel Garcia! And ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you runner-up and silver medalist in second place in the Under-17 Boys Championship of Europe in the Tricks event from Ukraine, Ivan Zelensov. And now, presented to you, winner, gold medalist and champion of Europe in the Under-17 Boys Trick category from Ukraine, Mikhailovchenko! Ladies and gentlemen, presenting the medals is Mr. Farmakis, member of the Council of Agrinio. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please rise, if you can, for the playing of the national anthem of Ukraine. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you once again your medalists. In third place from France, Aurel Garcia. In runner-up spot from Ukraine, Ivan Zelensov. And your European U17 boys tricking champion from Ukraine, Mikhailovchenko. Gentlemen, thank you.
We need a break, a bit slower.
All right there, we're past the halfway mark. Now we're going to go into the second half. We've got 3 more awards, starting off with the U14 Girls Tricking Championship of Europe. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you from Czechia, winner of the bronze medal and placing in third, Sofia Vesala. 2010 called, they want their vuvuzelas back. All right there, so in runner-up position, representing Austria, silver medalist, Emily Bettman. All right now, ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you, winner, gold medalist, and champion of Europe in the U14 girls tricking category, from Belarus, Maria Vernikashkaya. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting the medals is Mr. Kermuk Zoglu, the Secretary General of the Hellenic Water Ski Federation. Mr. Kermuk Zoglu, come on down. And now, ladies and gentlemen, if you can, please rise as we play the national anthem of Belarus. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you your winners in the U14 Girls Tricks Championship of Europe. Third place bronze medalist Sofia Vesala, Emily Bettman of Austria, and your winner from Belarus, Maria Vernikashkaya. Ladies, thank you. All right, 2/3 the way done. Let's try and get us to the finish line. Here we go. In the U14 Boys Jump Championship of Europe, the results were as follows. In the third place and winner of the bronze medal, from Poland, Maximilian Zalewski. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you silver medalist and runner-up from Austria, Franz Josef Stockinger. And now, ladies and gentlemen, presented to you, winner, gold medalist, and U14 boys jump European champion from Austria, Frederick Warner! Ladies and gentlemen, presenting the medals is Marianne Persons, the IWWF Secretary General for Europe. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise if you can as we now play the national anthem of Austria. Ladies and gentlemen, your medal recipients in the U14 boys jumping competition. Third place and winner of the bronze medal from Poland, Maximilian Zielinski. Runner-up from Austria, Franz Josef Stockinger. And your winner, gold medalist, and the U14 boys jump champion of Europe, Frederick Warner. Gentlemen, thank you. All right then, now ladies and gentlemen, we've come down to the final awards. You've been pretty quiet, really. If I'm being honest here, you should be a little bit louder. Are you going to be louder for this last set of awards? That's more like it. All right then, the U17 Girls Jump Championship of Europe. Ladies and gentlemen, presented to you, bronze medalist, third place, from Ukraine, Maria Popova. Ladies and gentlemen, second place, runner-up, coming to you out of Belarus, Yelizaveta Nyatskaya. Now, ladies and gentlemen, presented to you, winner, gold medalist, and European U17 Girls Champion of Europe from Italia, Scarlett Graham. And ladies and gentlemen, presented to medals. I'm sure it will be an immense pleasure for him. He is the chair of the World Tournament Council of the International Water Ski and Wakeboard Federation from Italia, Candido Mos. And now, ladies and gentlemen, one more time, please rise if you can as we play the national anthem of Italia. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, your medal recipients. Third place bronze medal from Ukraine, Maria Popova. In runner-up spot from Belarus, Yezvelita Nayotskaya. And your champion of Europe in the U17 girls jumping competition, Scarlett Graham of Italy. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our medal presentations for this evening. We'll have some more tomorrow evening, I'm sure. But ladies and gentlemen, that's it for me for now. Just to remind you that 9:30 is our start time tomorrow morning for the first of our remaining event finals. Get some rest, and we'll be back tomorrow morning bright and early at 9:30. My name is Tony Leifert, and on behalf of everyone here, have a good night, and ciao for now.
It's well known that Canada has produced many of the best skiers the world has ever seen. Well, more and more skiers are coming to realize Canada's Shuswap Ski and Board is one of the world's best pro shops. They stock D3, Radar, HO, Connolly, Reflex, Masterline, Syndicate, Stokes, Camaro, S-Lines, Eagle, KD, Stealth, Pegosky, O'Neill, and back them with Shuswap Ski and Board's performance and fit guarantee. Check them out online at shuswapsnb.com.
I'm feeling free. I came to party. Come play with me. I'm feeling naughty. And talk is cheap. I came to party, so come play with me. Come play with me.
At Houston Cadillac, at the moment you arrive, you will notice dedication to excellence. We deliver an unparalleled customer experience, and we're elevating our commitment with a new state-of-the-art facility. Explore our selection of new Cadillac cars, crossovers, and SUVs designed to meet your needs. We are redefining the luxury experience and investing in the future. Visit Houston Cadillac and begin your journey towards luxury.